Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Alleging commentary on the case.
Thanks, I don't want pickles either.
Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome to Tuesday. Trying to get, why are these still on my desk? Okay. All right, let's get everything sorted out here. Here we go. We need that. We need this. We need one more. I know what I need. I've got something to show you guys. But that's not it. Okay, we have to wait till that music stops. We're good. Don't let me forget. I have something to show you. Oh, the music's stopping now. I think I skipped ahead. First of all, good morning. Good to have you all here. A big shout out to, first, I'm doing this out of order, but I have to. First, a big shout out to JSF 1993, who just came in and joined as a new member this morning. Thank you very much. That was all possible, JSF, but because Marissa was first in chat and opened up all the world of chat and membership and everything else this morning. Marissa, there with the Blue Courthouse, new member to the channel, but already knows how to win. Right there, you've won the internet for the day. That is wonderful. Congratulations. So proud of you. Unfortunately, the flip side of that is you have to take care of everything I prelated worldwide. So Marissa, good luck with that. Also, Ellie Veldman gifted a membership that went to Judy K. McGee this morning. Thank you very much. Great way to kick off the morning with a generous donation. All right, I have to show you something. Let's see if I can pull this up on my screen. It's not there. Oh, there it is. Okay, there needs to be no sound. If there's sound on this, then the stream ends immediately. But let's go to camera 3 just briefly. Ready for Halloween. Finally ready for Halloween. I have nothing else that I'm going to do, right? As far as decoration goes or anything else, I think this is plenty. This also, as you may know, is not my yard. This is sent to me by Weather Watch, my good friend and podcast partner, just showing me once again how he is better at everything in life than I am, including decorating Halloween. Weather Watch, it looks absolutely. You guys, there's motion activated, like that witch. It's all motion activated. It yells at you. It talks to you. The whole thing is interactive. Things are moving and jumping out at you and creepy. It just goes and goes. It never ends. Just decorations everywhere. It's the whole house. I think it was built for this Halloween theme, just to house all this stuff. Anyway, it was. I thought I would share that with you because I thought it was really good. Weather Watch looks amazing. Thanks for making me feel bad about everything I'm not doing this Halloween for decorating. But thank you. That is amazing. All right, we have court today. I was going to show you one other thing. I am just so glad that I am not in where is this, Minnesota? This is the commute up in Minnesota this morning, and I don't know about it looks very dusty. There's like white dust all over the roads. I'm not sure what that's about, but it didn't look good. A minute ago, it was showing an Amazon truck parked sideways on the freeway, which I don't think was appropriate. Man, one of the reasons I'm grateful to live in the South is these cold morning commutes with icy roads. I get to avoid them. So sorry for all those who are up in Minnesota or other cold areas of the country. What's all that white stuff? Says Shark. I don't know. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Nancy says, I'm in Minnesota, so happy. All right. I'm glad you like it. My wife is not a big fan of the cold. I love it. I would love going ice fishing. I don't like driving in the snow so much, but ice fishing is good. Do we have any birthdays? We're running out of time. I sort of talked too long. We need to do birthdays right away if we have any. Let's see. I live near D.C. and I'm finally wearing a sweatshirt, says Christy. It's getting cold here. It's a chilly. It was 55 degrees this morning. 55 degrees when I took my picture of my 3 trees. Really, really cold. Yeah, it'll warm up, but it's. I think it's going to get down to nearly have frost this week. All right. Do we see any birthdays at all? Did anybody see any birthday? I don't see. 55 is t-shirt weather. That's why I'm in my t-shirt. This is what I wore. I don't think I own a jacket, honestly. I still have my ice fishing cover coat, just to remind me that once I used to go ice fishing. But other than that, I don't think I own a jacket. I have a hoodie. Oh, here we go. Okay, we do have birthdays, and we're going to sing to these 3 right here. Ashley, thank you for letting me know. Everybody warmed up and ready? We've got Annie, Judy, Katie, and Marissa. Ooh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Judy, Annie, Katie, and Marissa. Happy birthday to you. That worked pretty well. Having those 4 names. Judy D, Annie Marie, Katie, Marissa all have birthdays today. I realize there are a million places you could go to celebrate your birthday, including ones that give you free stuff. But here you are, here with us, and willing to celebrate it here. Hopefully we can make your day a little bit better. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful birthday. For your birthday, we're going to bring you nearly the end of the Maya trial. We are so close. We are so close. But happy birthday to all who have a birthday today. Let's see. Tomorrow's my 50th, says Brandy Joe. I'll be celebrating right here with you. Can't wait to sing to you tomorrow, Brandy Joe. I am freezing, says my pal, Sal Vintage. Was it the cold weather picture that we showed? Is that all it took? Hey, there's the truck sideways. Oh, no, that's a different one. Apparently people park their truck sideways when it's wintertime. I do not know why. But if you're wondering why your Amazon package is late, this may be the reason. Anyway, what are the seats about, please? Jay Gorman, that's a little thing we do for members on the channel. The members are the people whose names appear in green, and those people are eligible to use a little command that's !seat. We have a lot of commands on the channel, and they're interactive commands that trigger something, sometimes sound effects, sometimes a little response from our bot. It's just a way to interact and welcome people individually using a robot, which is sort of personable, and then at the same time, definitely not. But we have a front row seat reserved for members, and if you
bring the jury.
Ooh, if you have membership there, then you can exercise that command.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat either. Okay, we have our courtroom feed as far as the. Let's see, we want to go back to 2, right?
You're talking about stuff
that was too loud. That was too loud. We will turn those down. We turn them off during testimony, but during the morning we do have some of the commands up and running.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Like that one. So those are all sounds that are triggered by you, the viewer, and during testimony, times that when it's not appropriate, we have those turned off. Anyway, we like to have a little fun together. Shireen says, lurking and listening here while on Brandy's channel. Wonderful. Brandy Churchwell, for those of you who don't know, is a good friend of mine, fellow YouTuber, true crime addict, 13th juror, and chart lady extraordinaire. If you're into any of those things, you need to check out Brandy Churchwell's channel.
Because he's the guy.
All right. Let's see. I fed the cat this morning. I've got the cameras turned on. We've got, that's what it is. I need this one over here.
Alex stole it.
DSK1 on air. DSA2. Oh, we need the super source. That's it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
We're almost ready. It's a long process, but let's go to 2 instead. Okay. All right, so here we go for objections. We're at 1593. I have to reset my teleprompter because it's flashing funny.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
And then on DSK, let's put that on there. Okay, so on our guesses, here's where we are. Let's update really quickly. Oh, too far. Okay, now let's slow it down. So we're at 1591, and it's flashing again. I don't know why. Sorry. Probably need a new cable. 1591 puts us at Colleen Bryant. You're currently in the winning position, followed by Indy Cindy up next. So because it's flashing, I'll go ahead and turn those off. We'll get that fixed. All right. Big shout out to Tammy Coleman. Finally got the yellow courthouse. Love each and every one of you. Happy Tuesday. Congratulations, Tammy. Thank you. Thank you so much for 6 months of support. It would not be the same without you. I appreciate that. I Rescue Dogs is here as well. Congrats on 46K. 50K coming soon. 8 months for you, I Rescue Dogs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, would not be the same without you.
Because he's the guy.
All right. We are about ready to begin court. Let me get my other feeds ready. Need to get rid of that Halloween one so we don't accidentally play that. The Zoom is not yet started, but I am logged in the waiting room. So we'll get that. Let's go here. Charlie is, oh, sorry. No, I read Charlie. Shell. Is this Shell? Shell C? Shell C. Welcome to the gallery. I mispronounced your name, I'm pretty sure. I saw Charlie out of the corner of my eye, but it definitely was not Charlie. Welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. Help yourself to the free emojis. Today we are expecting the second to last day of testimony from the defense, and we know that yesterday the judge did grant extra time to the plaintiff. Actually, I granted it to both sides, but the defense will have no time to use it because court and there are not enough hours to fit the defense time in. Does that make sense? Anyway, they were granted an extra 5 hours. I think they only gave it to the plaintiff. That's my understanding. 2.5 of those hours can be used in trial time for cross-examining, and 2.5 are reserved, and only 2.5 hours are saved for his rebuttal time. That's as long as rebuttal time as he's going to get. And the judge has said, no more free time. We're not going to do this again. I'm not giving away any more. If you use this up and blow it, that's on you. So that's where we're going on this one. Which side benefited from Kathy Beatty's testimony most? Well, Michelle, the jury got to see 2 Kathy Beattys, and they didn't really match very well. So I'm not sure where they left on that one. They did challenge some of her assertions in their questions, so I think there are some of them that aren't really sold on what she's selling. But it's true. She did very well for the defense. I think she did very well for the defense yesterday. Not so much the first time around. The jury has added several hours to the trial. Definitely TJ Bits, a lot of time added to the trial because of them. Okay. He gave it to both, but said defense wouldn't be able to use it because they had so much time. Yeah, they have oodles and oodles of time on the defense side. No concern whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they're cutting people because they don't have time to put all the people on before court ends. And court has a hard stop, right? They've got a new trial period. And when the judge says a new trial period, there's another whole court case that's probably waited years to begin that is starting on a specific date. And that means the courtroom, that judge, everybody is needed there. And it's not a small thing to schedule a court appearance, a court date like that. And it's booked out, and it's got something after that. And so if you have to push a court date, it affects a lot of things. And the judge does not want to do that. So he's pushed very hard to get this done on time. And because of that, I think the defense is having to cut their witnesses just a little bit. Chapper says, I came over via recommendation from Rob at Law and Lumber. I'm a huge fan, now fully subscribed, and will be following your future content. Chris from Scotland. Wonderful, Chris.
Seated, everybody.
Good to have you. And Rob is fantastic. He's been a huge friend and fan of the program. And I could, the same thing about his show. It's just amazing. 4 hours
this
yesterday.
Is case number 2000.
Excellent analysis.
18 CA 5321, Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. Versus Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances. Miss Lawrence.
Samantha Lawrence, Greg Anderson, and Nick Whitney for the plaintiffs.
Miss Lawrence does the appearances.
My understanding is it's bumper cars again out on the roads, and there's several accidents, so a couple of our jurors are caught up in it. I'm still hopeful that they'll be here by 9, but it's possible that we might have to wait for them a little bit.
I guess for all the exhibits.
Well, let's go for it.
Yes, before we do exhibits, the defense team, we met last night. The defense, and I'm sure the rest of the trial, does not want to not be able to do closings next Monday, given everything. So we have trimmed our sails, so to speak. We anticipate, barring unusual circumstances that might occur today, that we will only have 2 live witnesses tomorrow, 2 nurses. They should be done. Seriously, they should be done by mid-morning, but given how things roll here, maybe by lunch. So we anticipate the plaintiff could do the rebuttal tomorrow afternoon, and we can proceed with closings on Monday.
Wow.
You know, that works for me.
The judge is very happy with that.
I don't know why it wouldn't work for the plaintiff as well, Judge. I mean, we seriously have real concerns, given the schedule that's available next week, that if we don't do closings on Monday, that we're going to be looking into another week, and we think everybody wants to have closure for this case, and we think that that's
Kid at us says Anderson wasn't himself and on his game yesterday, but I hope he has a better day today. Me as well.
The defense to feel like they can't present their case if they feel like they have a witness they want and or need.
No, Judge, we appreciate that. We understand the court will allow us to put on whatever testimony we think we need to put on, but we have
cost benefit.
So
cost benefit.
Yeah, we did the analysis, and we believe it's
he said cost benefit.
we think it's almost essential that the closings get done on Monday.
So we basically need to get in all exhibits in.
We're down to our last list, Judge.
Plaintiffs, you're going to be in a position to do your rebuttal starting mid-morning to early afternoon.
We're doing depots this by video this afternoon. Am I understanding a number of them?
I'm trying.
Yeah, as long as we need a couple responses back. We have 2 live witnesses today, Judge. I'm sorry.
Dr. Alexander.
Dr. Alexander this morning. Dr. Dolan is after lunch. We don't anticipate either of them being extremely lengthy. Again,
We should have done published depots.
we should be able to publish deps this morning, and then the rest of the afternoon would be deps. We don't have that many depositions left. We have 2.
I just ruled on Padron this morning.
Which is very short. You could tell. I mean, that's probably 10 minutes, maybe. And then we have O'Leary Johnson, which is 30-some minutes.
Yeah, 33 minutes.
And we have Dr. Wyndham.
So my assistant will be circulating the Padron rulings. Are there any other deposition designations I'm going to have to rule on?
Well, we have designated last night some deposition designations from the plaintiff's step. I can't imagine that there's going to be any objections to those.
Court TV is in charge of the cameras.
Response on that, and if they can get back to us at lunch, and we can have those clips ready as well for this afternoon. Again, 15 minutes most for those. So I think we're in good shape, Judge. The 2 witnesses tomorrow, again, will be here first thing.
So plaintiffs, you need to be ready to go with your rebuttal case tomorrow.
You won't see much of me this afternoon, Judge, but yeah, I'll get it together. All right.
And we need to know who the rebuttal is going to be, Judge, as soon as possible.
Well, I can tell you that Maya Kowalski will testify. Probably Jack Kowalski, Dr. Richards, Dr. Corcoran, and we may have a brief excerpt from the deposition of Kathy Beatty. And I think that's about it right now. Anybody else? Oh, if we can get him Dr. Newberger. And we're going to have to just keep calling and find out. We have not been able to get his status in the past 48 hours, but we'll keep trying. And if he can appear by Zoom, we'd like to bring him in too.
Well, I just want to make sure we are not trying the Chapter 39 case, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Judge, we have concerns given the list they've given that it's going to be true rebuttal and not a retry of their case.
I hear you. I agree. And they're also, that 2.5 hour limit is a hard and fast
Oh, yeah.
And we're not just calling people to call them to say the same thing over and over again.
No.
Well, Judge,
They're all
what they already
responsive
said. I mean, you're hearing the defense's concern that they just want to have the last word and therefore going to call it rebuttal when it's just to come up and say things they already testified to.
I hear you. I've said what I can say now. I can't make a ruling until I actually have a... Now, as far as directed verdict motions, let's time shift those.
Okay.
So when the defense finishes its case, I want to immediately go into the rebuttal, and we will shift any sort of plaintiff's directed verdict motions to later. And then when we complete the plaintiffs, my goal is, let's say we finish on Wednesday afternoon, we will then time shift until after we send the jury home, and then do any DV motions, and then we'll get back into jury instructions Wednesday afternoon.
Understood.
Mr. Hunter?
I was just wondering, cool, do I have any proceedings on Thursday morning?
We're going to do jury instructions Thursday morning. And, we're going to start at 8:15 on jury instructions. I would absolutely love to be out of here by 10:30 because I really need to be someplace else, but this will take priority, and I'll stay until we finish what we need to finish. But hopefully we can finish jury instructions by mid-morning on Thursday, which will give everybody 3.5 days for closing arguments. Let's not leave today without talking about rules for closing arguments.
Yes, it's almost like I want to write it out and submit it to the court to get a pre-ruling. It's going to be tough, Judge, but we'll do our best.
We're going to talk about the ground rules, because I know you're going to have this weekend to work on them.
Because it's punitive damages, too. So.
Mary Kay, thank you very much for that. I'll check the burner phone.
We're going to talk about it before we leave today.
Just for curiosity's sake.
I have a motion related to our rebuttal. I'd like the court to reconsider the Williams ruling for Elena Kushner in light of Sally Smith's testimony that she never wears a lab coat. Elena Kushner and her husband are in a NECA action, and there is a companion state court action in which the defense is actually defending it. Right now it's up on appeal to the First District Court of Appeals. But the point is, they know the Kushners. And Elena Kushner, her testimony would simply be, I came in, and it will be very, very similar to, about identical to the situation with the Kowalskis. And Kathy Beattie came in a white lab coat and asked a number of questions before anybody identified her. Nobody came in from the hospital to identify her. Nobody told them anything about it, and Sally Smith didn't tell anything about it, which corroborates our evidence and refutes Sally Smith's testimony. I don't think it could have come in until Sally Smith said, I never wear a lab coat in these circumstances. But because she did say that, then it becomes relevant and material to rebut that statement. And between the issue between who remembers what, it would be probative. So obviously she's only a 5 to 10 minute witness, but we would like the court to consider that.
Judge, I don't think there's anything that happened here at court that would cause the court to revisit his ruling.
Let me think about that a little bit more. What's next?
Our concern, Judge, with the next witness is that, again, I know the court doesn't like these things brought up at the last minute, but neither do I know what they're going to have Dr. Alexander testify to, and the basis for this is his report is pretty specific about Chapter 39 things. His affidavit is very specific about Chapter 39 things, and in his deposition, after we asked that many questions, the question was, and Doctor, in the discussion we have had about your anticipated testimony and what you'll be asked to testify about in front of a jury, you have no issues of what we talked about and what's been disclosed, right? And he went on. Now that is a summation of about 4 pages of me asking, are there any other opinions beyond those expressed within your report?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Is he making Is he opining that Beata had Munchausen by proxy?
Well, yeah, in this part he does. In the report, he concurs with that, and I don't think that's...
I think from the discussion yesterday, the defense wasn't going there.
Well, may we inquire of the defense as to exactly what issues Dr. Randall's going to talk about? Alexander, excuse me.
Mr. Anderson, didn't we have this discussion yesterday?
Yes.
I don't recall it, Judge, if we did. The specifics of the issues?
Well, maybe you had left and it was Mr. Whitney was flying the plane for...
I'm going to take a screenshot.
Could be. I mean, I just need some confirmation.
Of this
and I
right
want me to ask Nick, I will, but if they
And
can
every
tell
time
me,
there, I
it'd
got
be
a
faster.
screenshot. Every time they just show Maya, I'm going to put that screenshot up.
I do have a sense of deja vu.
So it'll just be a still image.
The testimony is going to center on Sally Smith's conduct and the propriety of that conduct within the parameters of her medical directorate of the CPT. We're not going in. I may make a proffer regarding Munchausen's. He was recruited as a Munchausen's expert way back when, and that was indeed the focus of the testimony that he was expected to give when he was initially recruited. I'm not going there. I'm strictly going to talk about the propriety of Sally Smith's conduct. That's it.
There we go.
Yeah, and my concern, and I wish I had been here, I apologize for not being there, I was preparing for this eventuality, but nothing in his...
All the jurors are here now, so just to let you know. All the jurors are now here. So.
We need to get to exhibits.
I know, so here's my... We had a discussion about this yesterday. I was satisfied with the discussion. I trust in your ability to stand up and not object or ask to approach the bench. And I think at that point...
There's my screenshot.
We are where we're at. Let's deal with exhibit. Is there anything else before we go to exhibit?
I was just going to observe that
His mouth doesn't appear to be moving.
there's a couple of tightrope points that may have me coming forward.
That's fine.
I would appreciate that, counsel would work asking.
Let's go to exhibits, please.
They're still showing
have a current list. I believe this...
It's only 2 pages.
And I believe it concludes our exhibits, Judge. The first one is for proffer only. We understand the court has ruled that that's not admissible. It's the policy that we wanted to get in. The court denied us being able to admit that.
What number are we talking about?
I'm sorry, 3019, 1 to 14. It should be the first one on your list.
3019, pages 1 through 14.
Yes, we want that marked and proffer it.
The court will mark, but without...
they're still just showing Maya. That's all they're showing.
1 through 14.
There we go. Now we're on the judge.
3023, 1 to 56 is the Arnold Palmer Hospital that need to be redacted. I'm going to hand to Mr. Whitney. What I've done is tab and highlight what we would redact, and then if he could just let us know by lunch if they're satisfied with those redactions, then we will seek to admit that after lunch.
What's next?
3035, 1 to 26. It's Nemours Children's Hospital records regarding the transfer.
This was 2016, or was this...
2016, sorry. It's
when in 2016?
October, and I think it also includes in November, attempts to transfer to Nemours.
Yeah, the stream is not frozen.
This is the transfer that never happened.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'm just cutting to a still image of defense.
And are there...
Because they're just showing Maya nonstop.
Documents
That's
or
all they're doing.
statements in there that we've previously addressed to which we've had some lengthy hearings on?
I don't think so, Judge. If you like, we'll take a closer look at those, but I don't believe there's anything in there. I don't know if the plaintiff has reviewed it.
Is that something that you need this morning, or can
We'll skip that.
Yeah.
Okay. 3054 Venice High School records, we redacted page 11, which was the page that had all of the
RN comment.
Yeah. Let's Clay. Can you bring up 3054 page 11 specifically? There it is.
And we've removed any sort of social security or telephone number?
I think we had already done that, Judge.
But last time we discussed this, we just weren't certain whether or not the rest of the pages, the remaining 15 pages.
No, the rest of the pages are grades, but
Okay.
feel free to review.
Well, if that's the case, no objection.
And we have looked to make sure there's no social security number and...
We will double check, but I'm pretty confident.
Okay, so ultimately that's going to come in, but let's just wait for the confirmation.
Uh, 3085. Oh.
I want a screenshot of the judge.
So 3085 is the entire EEG video. So we're not going to play it, but it is all of the EEG clips from when she was in the room.
So it's a 2-day.
It's on a what do you call them? I call them pen
I
drives.
thought that didn't exist.
Probably a real thick one. Is there 2?
Yeah, that's for Your Honor. They were previously admitted to my records on that.
No, we previously admitted little clips, but
Right.
she's talking about 48 hours.
Oh, okay.
This is the 48 hours.
Any objection to 3085?
No, yeah. No, yeah.
And so the court will receive 3085. Does the clerk have that external drive, or is that something that's coming?
It was the original one that was provided to the clerks.
Okay, so the clerk already has 3085. Okay. Court receives 3085.
3101. It's a video of Maya ice skating in January of 2019. It's about 20 seconds long.
Let's roll tape.
Roll tape.
We didn't slow-mo it, just how it was how it was produced to us by the plaintiffs.
No objection.
Court receives 3101 into evidence.
3192. It's an email from Beata Kowalski to Dr. Kirkpatrick on November 6, 2016.
Can I see it, please?
The importance of this, Judge, is that she is advising Dr. Kirkpatrick that Maya's relapse started in September, with it progressively increasing and declining slowly over the next 30 days, which is right before the admission to All Children's Hospital.
And I see we've got Deborah Salisbury's name on it.
Oh, I thought we deleted that. We'll remove Deborah Salisbury.
Plaintiffs, what say you?
There's an attachment that's missing.
We just want the...
Well,
we're
can we
putting
pull it
in
back
the-
up?
Yeah.
Wonder what the attachment is.
I don't know what that, forwarded in a letter of Dr. Hannon. That was the subject matter, Judge. If they want to put it in the letter, we just simply want the admission that's contained in this email regarding Maya's condition before she entered the hospital.
We'd like to see the letter to decide on completeness, and then as far as this email, if it's completed with the attachment, you have no objection to this email?
Judge, I don't think we're required to put in the attachment.
Can we see the attachment, please?
I don't know that I even have the attachment.
He's citing the rule of
Should be
completeness.
the next number.
I don't think it is. We'll look. 3192-0002.
Maybe Whitney
but
knows they don't have the attachment.
I don't believe we have the attachment.
Then
Maybe
we
we do.
object.
Yeah, we just have what they produced to us.
Yeah, this was produced to us by the plaintiff, so if they have it.
And we have a completeness objection.
Judge,
Completeness
it's
objection
just
to your.
the statement contained regarding the plaintiff's, Mrs. Kowalski's statement regarding Maya's condition. There's no reference to the attachment in the substance of the statement.
Whitney's like, I don't care.
I'm going to go ahead and admit 3192 if the plaintiffs, because I agree with Ms. Croyles, this is a document that originated from the plaintiffs. If you have the letter and you want to put it in, then I'm certainly probably going to do it as part of a, this is the complete.
I understand.
For now, I'll let in 3192, page 1.
32001 to 3. We have the original and then we have a redacted version. We want to put in the redacted. So this is the redacted. It's an email from Beata Kowalski to Dr. Kirkpatrick and his response. So her email continues on the second page. And then Dr. Kirkpatrick's response regarding Dr. Chopra. And if the court wants to see the original, we can put that up.
Plaintiffs.
This Dr. Chopra evaluation was done in the context of Chapter 39. So this is getting into the family's motion to the court to have Maya Kowalski evaluated by Dr. Chopra. We'd also like to see the unredacted version.
Sure. Be happy to show you the unredacted version.
But we think as it is, it's a Chapter 39 issue.
But, except Dr. Chopra testified here.
As a retained expert, not in his role in Chapter 39.
He only examined her once. So it's referring to that examination.
Well, let me see page 3, and then we'll see the unredacted version.
Okay.
Well, we also have a hearsay objection for Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Okay. So I've now seen the redacted. Can I see the unredacted version, please?
Yeah, I'm going to cut because it's showing people's emails. And some of these things are redacted for like doxing purposes.
Do you want the redacted and unredacted next to each other, Judge?
No, that's
okay.
And next page.
I think we're good now.
So we redacted all the things that we thought were referencing the Chapter 39 issues.
Next page, please.
And the GoFundMe stuff. That's what that is. Oh, no, it's not GoFundMe.
I agree with the plaintiffs that the context in which these statements were made has to do with a defense of the dependency court action. I'm going to exclude the redacted version of 3200 pages 1 through 3. What's next?
Let's skip to 323980. This is for proffer only, Judge. It's a page in Beata Kowalski's journal where she comments on giving ketamine intravenously.
Okay, the court will mark for identification purposes only 3239-80. It is not being admitted at this time.
Mr. Shapiro wanted to address that proffer briefly.
Very briefly, Your Honor, on direct examination of Maya Kowalski before this court on October 9th.
Well, then let's put it up, because if it's something more than a proffer, then... Okay, so Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I know that court's already ruled that the references to IV ketamine being given through the court won't come in, but I wanted to make sure for the appellate record I could perfect this proffer that on direct examination of Maya Kowalski on October 9th, 2023 in front of this court, Mr. Anderson directly elicited this testimony at page 85 of the transcript. He said, before we go on, by this point, did you know what having ketamine infusion was, the feeling of ketamine inside you? Answer, yes. Were you able to tell throughout this period after you had started having them with Dr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Cantu, and Dr. Hanna, were you able to tell when your body was receiving ketamine? Answer, yes. Okay, then tell the jury whether, to the best of your knowledge, And for everything you saw, heard, felt your mom ever gave you, IV ketamine at home, answer never. Through the IV, no. And then the question was asked again. Okay, so it was never intravenous, only for oral purposes. Right, never through the IV. Question, you never had IV ketamine at home. No, at home, no. So again, that would be an additional basis since the plaintiff opened the door to this in their direct examination. The jury's been left with the direct impression that this never happened, and I don't want to go through all of this again, but we believe that it's prejudicial to the defense that they were allowed to elicit this testimony in direct examination and put in front of the jury that this never happened when we have what we believe is rock solid evidence that it did, especially as they wave around their IV ketamine chart. So that's our proffer on this exhibit in addition.
The Dr. Sally Smith chart?
No, the one that they showed yesterday to Dr. Levy saying, here's all the IV ketamine she ever got during this period of time when we have evidence, as seen on the screen, that, quote, ketamine IV given out of desperation, pain was unbearable. The plaintiff opened the door to this on the direct exam, and we believe the defense is
No, my understanding is the chart that they showed yesterday, actually, its genesis was Dr. Sally Smith.
No.
She didn't create that?
No, that was created by the plaintiff as a demonstrative.
Well, there is an underlying chart of Dr. Sally Smith that correlates directly to that. You're correct.
In one of her reports. And that's where we traditionally, defense and plaintiff, have been using that determination rather than going back through in depositions. On multiple occasions, the defense and the plaintiffs have used that chart.
Well, going back to the IV ketamine, I again will say, since the moment I stepped into this case, and I think the summer of 2021, this IV ketamine issue has existed. I continue to have substantial concerns about the unfair use of this concept, and it's, the unfair nature of it vastly outweighs any sort of probative value. So I will continue to exclude, and so I will not permit into evidence 3239-80. Did I get those numbers correct?
You did.
Okay.
This will feature
that page will
prominently
be
in the
marked
appeal.
for ID.
Okay.
I understand it's excluded, it's like a proffer, but for the court that may eventually read this in this context, ketamine IV, again, through the prescriptions, it's been confirmed by the pharmacist that the oral ketamine was prescribed in ketamine IV form. So this note does nothing to prove up that it was administered to the court at home. It simply does not say that.
And say that when you said the clerk, you meant the law clerk / staff attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
3310, 1 to 30 is Dr. Cantu's billing records.
Let's see them.
It's Dr. Cantu and the hospital that she.
3 rounds of $700 each.
The first ones I think are the booster, and then later on in the package is the ones for the initial.
Is it all in English or is there Spanish?
I think there might be some.
I saw Spanish.
I think it's in English. And Spanish. It's a mix.
Spanglish.
The numbers are in English.
Yeah, we object. So the court will recall that previously we had raised the issue of the Kowalski family having to sell their rental home in order to finance the treatments of Kirkpatrick and Cantu. And the defense objected to us introducing that. So now to put in billing records from a time, we're not claiming damages for Dr. Cantu's treatment. I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Be happy to explain.
If it is relevant, then we're going to come back in rebuttal and talk about all the sacrifices the family had to make in order to fund this treatment.
Judge, they already put in evidence their requests of the church do fundraisers for them. But beyond that, that's not the purpose. The purpose here is to show that Dr. Cantu makes a lot of money doing these comas, and it goes towards the jury's consideration of his bias with respect to the procedures that he performs.
Well, what are his bills versus what are the facilities bills? And I don't speak Spanish, so I'm unfortunately not going to be able to translate these documents.
Mr.
Your Honor, he testified that these bills were for everything.
Well, but if the point is to somehow impeach or contend that Dr. Cantu is biased, what do the facilities charges have any relevance at all? I mean, wouldn't it just be Dr. Cantu's professional services?
Yeah. Clay, can I ask Clay to scroll through, please? Can you keep going?
It's paid by wire transfer, $18,000.
Keep going, please. All right, this would be the hospital bill. So we can remove the hospital bill if that's the court's concern.
In my mind, if the purpose of this is to say that Dr. Cantu is receiving a lot of money, then it would seem anything besides his own personal bill is out.
All right.
Now, I still have to address Mr. Whitney's concerns. So is 9 through the balance, is that not Cantu's?
No, it's not that organized because it's by I think it's, call there 2 trips. I think it's by 2 trips. We'll have to reorganize the pages, Judge, and we'll give it a new exhibit number and deal with that tomorrow then.
What's next?
33151.
All documents produced in response to a request.
No, it should have been changed. That's how we got it, but it's Mrs. Kowalski's email. We'll change that description, Judge, for the exhibit list. It's Mrs. Kowalski's email to Dr. Cantu. Note that it's October 3rd, 2016 that she sends the email. And then his response on October 4th, 2016.
Our objections are hearsay as to Dr. Cantu's statements, relevance as to this would again be some sort of backdoor effort to establish that Beata Kowalski was, I don't know, infusing these drugs or obtaining a pump without a prescription from a physician. There's no evidence in the record that any of these drugs that Dr. Cantu identifies here, morphine, clonidine, ropicaine, were ever administered through a pump as of March 10th, 2016.
This is
Happy
October
Halloween
3rd,
meal.
2016.
Okay, same idea. There's no evidence on October 3rd, 2016 that there was ever a pump, a prescription written for a pump. They want to use this to, again, establish Munchausen by proxy, and that Beata Kowalski was abusing her daughter with all of these drugs simply by asking a question of Dr. Cantu.
Judge, do I need to respond?
Yes, because I'm about ready to exclude it, so I'll give you another chance.
Yes, because this is talking about an internal pump. The jury's heard all about, it says, could you please send me the info for the combo drug for internal pump? we'll take out Dr. Cantu's response if that's concerning the court, but this goes to, the court may recall, there was all this conversation when Bianca Kowalski was in the hospital about wanting an intrathecal pump. That would be an internal pump. This goes to support the fact that that was her inquiry, that was her concern. That's why she didn't want the transfer to Nemours in October.
And it goes to the same condition.
And it goes to the concern that she had for her daughter and her condition as of October 3rd, 2016, when they are testifying that she was doing great and or the expert did, and that we're the ones that caused her to decline.
The court has already told the jury a couple times, I'm going to tell them again, that the hospital had reasonable cause to make the call to the abuse hotline. I see this as nothing more than a piling on of saying Beata Kowalski is a bad person. That's how I'm reading it. 403, it's out.
Okay, Judge, but just for the record, the plaintiff's interpretation of what they think we're doing is not accurate, and this goes to the condition of Maya Kowalski before she goes to the hospital. But I understand the court's
There's a lot of evidence of what Maya Kowalski's condition was, and so there's also a cumulative nature here. Now, we're past 9 o'clock.
Is the jury here, Judge?
The jury is here.
Okay.
So
the judge told you the jury was here a long time
ago. Pause and...
We can.
Okay. Anything before we bring in the jury?
What is the order of witnesses? I'm sorry if I missed that. I know Dr. Maynard was after lunch.
Shapiro says, we already told you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Dolan's after lunch. The witnesses this morning?
We're doing Dr. Alexander first, and then there'll be, I believe, a deposition or two. And then
the nurse cook is not testifying?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow now? Okay, thank you.
Let's bring in the jury.
All right. Jury's coming in. Sorry, I tried to cut away from that, but apparently a lot of you aren't paying attention. I told you I was going to cut to a screenshot when they kept showing Maya, and then I got getting complaints in chat. What happened to the feed? The screen's frozen. It's not working. What happened to the court feed? I was trying to just cut away from Maya so we weren't just showing her all the time, because that's what the cameraman seems to want to do.
Please be seated, everyone. Now, with all that orange and black, I know that we are honoring Sarasota High School.
They're all in their Halloween colors.
I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you saw no media. Is that correct? So in addition to all the orange and blue that I know that you are loving, the orange and black from Sarasota High, I feel like you just know that I went to high school there and are honoring Sarasota High. As well as the University of Florida.
Go Gators.
Okay. Let's go ahead and shift. I know today's Halloween, but let's go ahead and shift to the business of why we are here. The defense, can you please call your next witness?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Speaking of the University of Florida, we call Dr. Randall Alexander.
Dr. Randall Alexander is being called from the hall right now. So we only have like 5 or 6 witnesses left for the defense total. Then it goes to rebuttal, where we expect to hear from the Kowalskis, excuse me, and then it's over. Then it's in the hands of the jury.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, come around this way.
Police Court. Just tell us your name, please.
It's Randall Alexander, and Randall is Randell.
And what is your occupation?
I'm professor and chief of Division of Child Protection and Forensic Pediatrics at the University of Florida in Jacksonville.
All right,
I'm a child abuse pediatrician.
Very good. Could you tell the jury where you obtained your training to be a pediatrician, first of all?
Well, I got a bachelor's degree at Michigan State University in 1972. I then went to the University of Michigan, got a master's degree in 1974 in psychology, worked on a PhD, but I went to medical school at Wayne State University in Detroit, got my MD degree in 1980. I did a standard 3-year pediatrics residency in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is Michigan State's largest clinical campus. And then I did an additional year working on community pediatrics fellowship, more informal at that time, where I was working on child abuse issues, and also being a chief resident. And then I got my first job at the University of Iowa.
All right, sure. And at the University of Iowa, what was your appointment?
Oh, I started out as an assistant professor and eventually became an associate professor.
All right, and in what field?
It was in pediatrics. I was working in Division of Developmental Disabilities and doing some work with that, with children with a wide range of physical disabilities. We were kind of the state resource for school issues, learning problems and things. And also I was doing a lot of child abuse work at the university, state and national.
All right, sure. And where did you go from Iowa?
I went to Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta for 6 years.
All right, sure. And were you involved with child abuse pediatrics at that point?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could you describe for the jury how you became involved in child abuse pediatrics?
I think in medical school, there were some interesting cases when I was on the pediatrics rotation. It's not your standard look in somebody's ears and see an infection, which is satisfying, but there's more complication with child abuse. I did a pediatric radiology rotation with 4 of some of the top radiologists in the country working on child abuse issues. And so I think that sparked some of my interest there. And in my residency, there was more of that. And ultimately, my 3rd-year residency, I did a month with working with a guy at Michigan State, Ray Helfer, who was probably the premier child abuse pediatrician in the world at that time. And then I took off from there.
All right. So what did you do at Morehouse State? What was your teaching interest?
It was Morehouse School of Medicine, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I did a little bit, I did about a day a week of general pediatrics, but most of the time I was working in child abuse issues. I worked statewide, got some money from the legislature trying to put together a bit of a network with the various cities in it. Georgia got some money for some equipment, for instance, and was seeing cases.
Did there come a point at which your career path led you to Florida?
Well, I was being recruited over several years to come down there, and I showed up there in 2004, and I was the statewide medical director where I oversaw all the child protection teams, which is currently 22 teams. And so I was the boss of the medical directors in each of their different locales.
Okay. And how long did you hold that position?
10.5 years.
All right, sir. Did there come a point at which you became board certified in child abuse pediatrics?
Yes. Child abuse pediatrics is especially came about, and the first wave of people that were child abuse pediatricians formally, as a formal subspecialty, was in 2009. And at that time you had to have worked over half-time, at least for 5 years in child abuse, and then you had to pass a national exam. Right. And I did.
And then you continued to work as the statewide medical director for the Child Protection Team program?
I did for 10.5 years. Now I'm the I'm in Jacksonville, but I'm in charge of the Tallahassee and its 8 counties child protection team, and Jacksonville and its 8 counties child protection team. So 16 counties.
All right, sir. And in that connection, you're still working as a member of both these child protection teams?
Well, I am. I was on call this weekend, and I'm on call tonight.
All right,
so when I get back to Jacksonville, I may have to see patients in the middle of the night, although I hope not.
Okay. Let me backtrack a little bit into your credentials here. What is the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children?
What we call APSAC. It is the largest, somewhat the only, multidisciplinary professional organization in child abuse. And so it spans not just medicine, but psychology and social work and police and a whole variety of people that deal with child abuse in one form or another.
And have you been a member of that organization?
I'm a member. I'm on the board, have been in Florida. I was on the board and at one point was the president in Georgia, and I've been on the board twice nationally.
All right. Have you had occasion to contribute to the literature of your profession regarding the subject of child abuse?
Yes.
And do you have any estimate of how many papers you've published?
Oh, gosh. Well, it's over 50 in terms of paper publications. Books and chapters, 70, 80. I would have to look at my CV on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And have you had occasion to lecture on the subject of child abuse?
Around the world, yes.
Yes, sir. And do you have any estimate of how many times you've been asked to lecture on that subject?
I'm sure it's at least 300. Might be a fair bit more than that.
Okay. And at the University of Florida today, what is your role in teaching child abuse?
Okay, so I'm the division chief. I have about 50 or some people that work for me in my several locations. I see kids. I'm on the call schedule. And I also have administrative duties supervising people. We have the only child abuse fellowship in Florida, and I'm the program director for that. So I teach and help with any of our fellows, people who are pediatricians but are trying to spend 3 years to be a child abuse pediatrician. And then I work on some prevention issues and try to sneak in some occasional publications.
All right, sir. Now, do you know Dr. Sally Smith?
I do. I was her boss for quite a long time.
Okay. During your tenure as statewide head of child protection program, you were her boss?
I was. That'd be 2004 to I think probably early 2015.
Okay. And during 2016, you did not hold that role?
That's right.
Okay. During 2016, were you in your present position?
Yes.
All right. Have you and I had occasion to meet and discuss this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did we meet for the first time last night?
In person? I think that could be, yeah. Okay. I think we may have done Zoom or telephone or something before that.
All right. And have you been paid, or have we agreed to pay you a fee for your consultative and testimonial services?
Not me, the University of Florida. It's not any money I get, but the University of Florida will be billing you, yes.
All right, very good. Now let me turn your attention, if I can, to the subject of the child protection teams in general. Your background suggests that you have had occasion to become familiar with how the Florida Child Protection Team program works. Is that true?
Well, sure. I mean, I was leading it for a considerable time, and I still have to teach it to all my trainees and new staff and everything. Yes.
Is the Child Protection Team program something that is created by Florida statute?
It is. It's had several revisions, but since it first started in 1978.
All right. Could you describe for the jury what the Child Protection Team program consists of and what its function is?
Sure.
Objection.
relevant in 39?
He can answer that. I assume we're going to.
Yes, sir.
Florida, uniquely in the world, is divided into 22 zones. And in these zones, if you will, we have a child protection team. So we don't work just out of a hospital. So, for instance, in Jacksonville, we have several hospitals we work for. Under Florida law, first of all, we're paid through the Department of Health, and we have to conform to a whole bunch of rules. It's somewhat of a public-private partnership, so in our particular case, the University of Florida holds the contract, our Jacksonville College of Medicine. In, say, Pinellas, it would be a nonprofit. And most of the places in the state, it's some sort of a social services nonprofit. But there's, I think, 5 of the 22 teams are University of South Florida, Miami, and a couple of the UF ones. By law, we are there to assist the Department of Children and Families in their investigations. We're medically led with a medical director, but we have other medical people, all told probably over 100, and a couple hundred what we call case coordinators, or social workers, if you will, psychologists, team attorney. And we see under law, they specify, here's the kids you're supposed to see. They're called mandatory. So we see these kids by statute, but we also see other children because there's some that need to be seen that the law can't think of everything. And we write reports, and we help to decide, is there even child abuse in the first place? And if it is, what is it, and what our recommendations would be. And we have a number of quirky things that you only find here in Florida and not any place else in the world.
Sustained.
Let me try to reframe another question if I could. Doctor, can you tell the jury whether the function of a child protection team includes the education and outreach to the community and professionals regarding the subject of child abuse, its awareness and prevention?
You mentioned relevancy in 39 again.
I'd like to approach on this, Judge.
Sure.
Okay, so we get good. We get this picture right now. While they approach, we're gonna wait here for that. Is this any better? Is that a better picture from court? It's just zoomed in on Maya. It's like Maya is the courtroom screensaver. Audio's turned on. We're not hearing anything from court right now. But I thought this cat instead of the cat would be better. That way you know that the court feed is still working. This is their go-to. But the picture of that cat, this cat, my cat, that is I guess is my cat now. That is Pickles. That's the picture before he got in the fight, and his left ear just got a little tiny. It's like a tiny little V. I don't think it was he's been picked up and fixed. There's evidence that he has not been picked up and fixed yet. That still needs to be taken care of. So, anyway, let's see it again. There's your cat, my cat. He was quite vocal this morning, by the way, wanting to be fed early. So. All right, we obviously can't cut away every time they show Maya, but. We'll try to give her a break now and then. The KT, we see this a lot, but with Court TV and the controls here, Court TV has already really gotten us in a bind, and it was because of Court TV that we lost video access to the Lori Vallow trial, and it was by zooming in to, in that case, it was the defendant Lori Vallow all the time. It was this action, and it literally got cameras thrown out of the courtroom, which is a huge loss. So many people wanted to follow that trial, and we lost that, and we're still fighting that. We're feeling the ramifications of that in the KB trial up in Idaho, as we look forward to or BK, Brian Koberger. I got his initials mixed around. But yeah, so it's frustrating that that cameras are doing this. There are times to show defendants, and I believe it's proper to do so. But just using them as a default go-to screensaver for your pan, tilt, zoom camera, anytime something's happening in court, is not the solution. Okay, did the plaintiffs get more trial time? Yes, they did. They got another 5 hours, but they only can use 2.5 hours of it in cross. The other 2.5 is reserved just for their rebuttal. And no matter how much leftover time they have in their trial time, when they get to rebuttal, they can only use 2.5 hours in rebuttal time. So that was what the judge awarded, and he's sticking to that. He says, if you use this and lose it, if you use it all today, you don't get any more tomorrow. You're not getting any more. The well has gone dry as far as dipping for more time.
Hunter's going to rephrase the question.
Doctor, in your experience, is outreach to the community and the professional community to provide education and awareness regarding child abuse prevention and recognition part of the function of a child protection team?
It's a contract standard. We actually have to provide a certain number of hours. The teams do, according to the Department of Health contract standards. So the answer is not just yes, but it's required.
Now, at our request, or I guess I should say at the request of counsel, can we approach on that just a minute, Judge? I'm sorry.
Mr. Hunter wants to make sure that he doesn't mess this up. Sorry, the audio just got lowered. Okay. Just showing the guesses on the times and who's coming up. We expect to probably blow through all these guesses today, but good guesses nonetheless. So current winner, or the current leader on the guess contest for objections in trial is, let's see, we have D. Nice, JM, Darlene It's Me, Marjorie McCarthy. So those three are splitting the winner position right now. About to hit 1,600, which was my guess. So I was short as well. I think I said about 1,600, but I'm going to hold myself to 1,600. Why are they going on into child abuse? That's not what this case is about. We'll see. He's got to be very careful here. The judge is letting him go a little bit into this, but with very carefully crafted questions. That big sidebar that happened, he's got instruction on what to do. He almost asked the question, then went back and said, "Tell me again, Judge, how I can do this?" So we'll see if he's able to do this properly.
At the request of counsel, have you reviewed some material regarding the case of Maya Kowalski, this case?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just give the jury a general description of what you've reviewed?
Medical records from a whole variety of sources. I'm sure at least 40 more various transcripts of depositions, particularly this is the main things that I recall. There's various other miscellaneous stuff, communications. Maybe the mother had emails and things. I think at some point I'd actually seen some videos.
All right. Let me ask you specifically, have you reviewed the materials that Dr. Sally Smith obtained and accumulated in her role in this case?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the medical records of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And have you reviewed various medical records regarding care rendered to Maya Kowalski by a number of other physicians?
Yes.
And have you reviewed you indicated you reviewed somewhere north of 40 some odd depositions. Did those include Dr. Sally Smith's several depositions?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed a transcript for testimony in this case
yes.
from the last few days?
Yes.
All right. based on your review of this material, have you arrived at any opinion or conclusion regarding whether Dr. Smith's conduct in this case was within her role as a child protection team medical director?
I have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That it is. That I think that she was following what I would expect the CPT physician to do.
All right. And now, would you tell us the basis for your opinion in that regard?
Well, I mean, it's the way we work with a child protection team. I'm not sure on your question. I mean, in terms of she was contacted, she started looking into the case. There were several reports called in, one that was finally accepted, and then she went ahead and did a report, looked at the case in depth, looked at multiple sources and wrote a CPT report, which is what we're supposed to do. And then she was available to help, with any questions anyone had.
All right. Let me ask you several questions more specifically about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Report.
I'm not going to talk about the report.
I don't think there's a pending question at this moment. So I'll hear the next question.
Sure.
Okay, you made reference to Dr. Smith being contacted, and I believe that took place in a phone call from Dr. Tepa Sanchez initially?
Right.
Is that type of phone call something that CPT members typically receive from physicians in the community?
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Anderson said, objection, Your Honor, it's getting right into it. Still hearing the audio. There we go. I've turned it down. I think Mr. Hunter was stopped from asking the question he wanted to previously, but now he seems to be headed back in the same direction. Mr. Shapiro's up there, Mr. Anderson as well, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Whitney. All we're missing is Ms. Lawrence, who's never approached the bench. She can, in theory, she could approach and be participant at the sidebar. But on the defense side, we're also missing Mr. Hughes and Mr. Aldenburn and Miss Cruels.
Court's going to overrule the objection.
Do you remember the question, or would you like for me?
I'd like it repeated. Thank you.
Okay. We made reference to a call that Dr. Tepa Sanchez initially made to Dr. Smith regarding Maya Kowalski, and for reference, I think the proof is that it occurred on or about October 8th of 2023. Was based on your review of the materials you reviewed, is that call the sort of contact from a hospital staff member that a CPT medical director might typically receive?
Yes.
Okay, would you explain that, please?
Well, I've had those calls. I just had a staff member have that call yesterday. It's not limited to just child abuse. I mean, doctors, we talk to each other and say, hey, can I run something by you, and is this something that I should pursue or not pursue? And so that would be a pretty typical sort of thing. It's not the same as I've made a report to DCF and now let's do a formal evaluation. This is the stuff, if you will, where you're trying to figure out, is there enough here that I should even pursue this?
Okay. And once Dr. Smith became involved with an investigation, was it within her duties as a medical director of a child protection team to consult with the medical team regarding the patient's status and condition going forward.
Also the conclusion objection.
Overruled.
To determine, what advice they can give as far as is this a child abuse situation, you don't have to prove it. You just have to say, is there enough here to make a report? Are you suspicious? And so that would be within the scope. Again, for us to do formal reports, start interviewing and doing exams and everything else, that requires that DCF reports made to a hotline and accepted, and then we get involved.
In reviewing the materials that you have gone through, and there seems to have been quite a passel of them, did you see any indication that Dr. Smith was functioning as part of the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
No, I think she was given some advice on occasion, but she wasn't a treating physician, no.
All right. Is giving advice on occasion, as you described, part of the function of a child protection team medical director in a situation such as this?
It is.
And tell us why that is.
Well, we don't just drop the case. It's sort of like, thank you for the thing, here's a report, and goodbye. We're still the resource in the community to help out for things. Not the treating physician, because then you'd have to sign medical charts and have your name there and all that. We don't do that. But to be able to help people as they're trying to figure things out, you can give us a call.
Is that part, in your experience, as a current CPT medical director and past statewide medical director, is that part of the job, so to speak, of a child protection team medical director with respect to a sheltered child such as Maya Kowalski?
Yes, it can be. It depends if they have any questions. In essence, can we be of assistance?
What other functions did Dr. Smith serve in this case with reference to Ms. Kowalski and coordination of her care?
Well, she did a CPT evaluation. She was available to people at the hospital and in the community for any questions that they had as to what she thought was going on or advice that she could give. I think it was pretty much it.
All right. I believe that's all I have right now. Thank you, sir.
Doctor, did I hear you correctly that you have two roles? You have a role as a pediatrician and then a role with CPT?
I have lots of roles.
Okay.
What you're saying is
jobs.
What you're saying is true, but there's a lot more to it.
Okay. How many hats do you have? How many hats do you wear, I should say?
Well, so my division is about a $7 million operation. We have probably 15 or more funding sources, and I'm in the administration of a number of those, so I have that hat. I help with Wilson Children's Hospital, which is our children's hospital in Jacksonville. As I said, I'm the fellowship program director. Just in the university, I see children. I deal with Daytona and Tallahassee teams, and then I'm involved nationally and statewide with a number of things. I chair the Child Abuse Committee, for instance, for the Florida Chapter American Academy of Pediatrics, and I'm on the board now for that organization. And
these are all jobs?
A number of other things.
These are all jobs? I mean, like jobs you get paid for?
I get paid by the University of Florida.
Okay. And so you have many, many jobs in addition to working for DCF.
I don't work for DCF.
Sorry, CPT.
Yeah, the Child Protection Team is, again, the University of Florida, but the funding, partial funding, comes through the Department of Health.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that Dr. Smith's role in this did not include inserting herself into the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski.
Sure.
All right. Let me show you. Can we bring up 1001-0373? And if you'll, excuse me, let's not do that one. I'm sorry, wrong one. 2116002. Let's go to text. 2116002. Now, if you look at 15 down there, you see it? And that's from Sally Smith. And it's to a Paola Dees. Do you recognize her as a doctor at Johns Hopkins?
Right, in my review.
Uh-huh. And so this is Dr. Smith talking to Dr. Dees, right? In a text.
Right.
And here, Dr. Smith is telling Dr. Dees, get her off as many meds as possible. That is not part of the role that Dr. Smith should have as an investigator, is it?
Well, she's not an investigator. That's to say that's really not a fair description of what we are. Second of all, if that's advice in terms of how you might handle these situations, it is her role to give advice. If she's the one that actually does it, then she should be a treating physician. But as you pointed out, I think she's talking to someone else.
All right. Well, let's look at 116-005. And let's go down to number 35. We can't. That's, 005. And let's go down to 35 if we got it. Now, do you recognize this as a text in November of 2016 from Sally Smith to Paola Dees again?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that Dr. Smith ordered or directed to be ordered a 48-hour video, if you will, surveillance video without knowledge of Maya Kowalski? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware that she did the order. I would imagine that some other physician did the order.
Uh-huh. And then she says here, fortunately, a 10-year-old, she can't perform the charade effectively 24/7. Do you see that?
I do.
That's not part of the role. And what is she? Is she an investigator, a prosecutor? What is she?
Well, as you know, she's none of those. She's the CPT physician that's giving advice to the team.
And so you're contending that she is not part prosecutor in this role?
Well, of course she's not the prosecutor. You have to be a lawyer to do that and go to court.
And are you contending she's not an investigator?
Right. Investigator is a term we might use with police or DCF. Now, the fact that we ask questions, if you want to label it that, but we don't consider it that way in medicine.
Well, how about if she's referred to as the head of our team? Say, our child abuse team. That's not part of her role, heading up a hospital's team, is it?
I don't think the hospital has a team. The child protection team is independent of the hospital.
I'm just asking you if, in fact, doctors at the hospital referred to her as heading up their team, whatever that is, for child abuse. That's not part of her role, is it?
It's also not part of the child protection team system because we don't have such teams.
Is it part of her role or not?
Well, no, because it doesn't exist.
Let's look at 1001-0373. If you look at the bottom of this progress note when we get it up, that's 1001-0373. And if you look down here at the bottom, I think you'll see. Do you see that Dr. Smith is reviewing all of Maya's medical records? And this is some 3 weeks after Maya was put there. Do you see it?
I do.
All right. And do you see that she is now agreeing with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith, that's Michelle Smith, that we should proceed removing Maya's port as there's no indication for her to have a CVL? Do you see that?
I do.
deciding whether or not to take out a CVL, a port, in a child's chest, that's not part of her role, is it?
No, she'd have to be the treating physician to actually write the order.
I understand, but becoming involved to the point where you're directing it, that's not part of her role either.
She's not directing it unless she's writing the order. So she is giving advice as to what she thinks she should do in this case based on her review.
All right. So let's take a look at 2277-068. And we're discussing here the video, I believe. And you see down here the Dr. Smith on the risk management. I'll represent to you, this is a note from risk management. And do you see below that it says okay from risk?
I do.
And you see below that videotaping?
Right.
And you see no order?
Right.
All right. So in this instance, if there was no order and risk management is looking to Sally Smith, that's not part of her role either, is it?
You know, I don't know what this note really means.
Okay.
So I can't really answer your question.
All right. So Sally Smith being a member of various of the hospital's committees, that's not part of her role, is it? I'm not asking about being a doctor. I'm just asking about her role for CPT.
CPT doesn't ask that you be on any committees at any hospital.
Okay. And Sally Smith worked for you for over a decade, right?
As I was the statewide medical director, so yes, she did work for me.
Well, let me ask you an ultimate question. Sally Smith should not have been running Maya's treatment in any way, shape, or form, should she?
Right, she'd have to be a treating physician, and my understanding she was not.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
Just briefly, Your Honor. First of all, did you see any indication that Dr. Sally Smith was running the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
I didn't. Again, she'd have to have written an order, in the chart saying, I order up this lab test or I do something else like that. That was done by others. So she might have given she did give advice at times, but that's not a treating physician.
Okay. So is giving advice on such things as whether a central line might come out, is that part of her role as a CPT medical director?
It is.
That's all I have for now. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson.
It wasn't just giving advice. She was giving direction there. Do you agree?
I think you'd have to ask the parties involved in that. Technically from what I'm seeing written, it looks like advice. But if they interpreted that she was giving direction and she was in charge, I don't see that in the notes.
All right, but the question is, it would not be part of her role.
Right, for her to be a treating physician that would be not a CPT role, that would be an attending physician role.
And nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions?
Waiting on jury questions right now. I heard him say, how many do we have? Judge is numbering them right now. The judge is still seated, so we'll see if he excuses the jury. Anderson did very good, and he got his questions out quick and got his answers he needed and sat down. Yes, we did a great job. Judge is now, looks like the witness is still there. The jury has not been excused yet, and they may not be. Still talking to the lawyers. The judge is standing now. Did doctor say without Sally Smith involvement, it would be malpractice? I don't remember which witness are you talking about? This one? I didn't remember hearing that. I'm surprised they didn't ask about accessing. Was it Sally Smith that accessed medical records, or was that Beatty? I could never remember which one did what. I think that was Kathy Beatty. Okay, so it looks like they're addressing right here with the jury present. The judge, though, has not yet picked up they haven't started addressing. They're talking about some other issue right now. The witness just took a drink. Not much to. We can't hear anything on the Zoom either. It's silenced. Okay, now the judge is holding the papers. It looks like they're reviewing the jury questions. Mr. Hughes just came up as well. So now we have Hunter, Whitney, Anderson, Hughes, and the judge. I don't see Crowell's. So not much to see because they're standing right in front of the cameras right now. But let's see. Oh, I could show you my cat. Right there. There's my cat. Let's see. The treating doctor that texted Sally Smith about taking her off meds said it would be malpractice not to have involved Sally Smith. Sally did a lot before given permission to investigate. Is Jules in the courtroom? No, she's not. She sent me a message saying she's not there yet. She's got a headache this morning. She's going to try to get to court, but she's not there yet. If Maya wasn't there, we'd be looking at the judge. Yes, and I'd love to be looking at the judge during this. Yes, we have taken ownership of the cat. Although I'm really concerned because it is an outdoor cat, and we live in an area where there are roads with cars that frequently drive by, and it seems to have zero fear of cars. I don't know how to prep my kids for the possibility that it might not make a crossing one day. Still reviewing questions. The cameraman is in court. This is the frustrating part, and they have the equipment in this setup. This is coming from someone. I went to school for this. Okay, so when it comes to running multicam setups, I've done this for everything from televised college championship basketball games, hockey, racing, all sorts of sports, football. I've run all sorts of stuff like this, so I can tell you they have the setup to follow the dialogue back and forth simultaneously, so you can always see the person who's speaking. It's all the equipment is there, and they just don't do it. Somebody asked if the participants know when the camera is on them, and no, they do not. One of the rules of the court is that what's called a tally light, T-A-L-L-Y, the tally lights have to be turned off or obscured, so you can't tell which camera is active. They also do require that the motion of the camera be slow and not jerky or sudden to draw attention to it. But these pan, tilt, zoom cameras, they're perfect for this. Marie, I wish. We have some different drivers here in North Carolina. That's all I'm going to say. Feed him eggs and you won't have allergies, and then can go take him outside. You can feed eggs to a cat? I didn't know this. I mean, are you talking like whole raw chicken? Or do I have to get like quail eggs or something? What's the go-to for cats? Are you like crack them over the food? Or do I have to scramble them and season them and cook them to perfection? Yeah. My cats love scrambled eggs. Okay, there we go. Eggs, cheese, fish. This cat loves chicken. Cooked chicken. Absolutely loves it. A Denver omelet. Raw eggs are best. All right. This I didn't know. We get a lot of eggs. We've got a friend with a lot of chickens, and so we get a lot of eggs. There's no salt or spices. Okay. Lots of questions here. They're still going over. Still at the bench, talking these over. Cheese, not so much. I've heard dairy is not very good for them. I have one small little yellow bird brought to me by the cats already, and it's attempting to catch a squirrel, which I don't think will go well, but it's trying to catch the squirrels. We have a lot of squirrels in this area, tons and tons. No, I have not fixed the cat. It is still broken, Leeward. It's still broken. I need a cat carrier to fix the cat. I think the judge caught onto your regurgitation of the jury questions. Regurgitation doesn't sound very appetizing, but other than that, he might have. No onion for cats. 1 per day, raw egg. Can I like crack it over? I mean, I don't give it the shell, right? Or do they eat the shell too? Are squirrels pests? Yes, they are. North Carolina has a law called a red-handed law, where if you catch an animal destroying property or crops or things like that, you are allowed to dispatch it. I leave our squirrels alone unless they are trying to chew through my soffits on my house and try to nest in my house, and that's when I convince them not to do that. Put a bell on its collar. I don't know. I want it to supplement its food with natural diet. I'm fine with it catching things, especially mice. No on the shell. Okay. I'll tell you, this is how much I know about cats. I know to pet them from head to tail and not from tail to head, and not to feed them egg shells. This is the limit of my knowledge. Yeah, we're not going to relocate the animal at all. We just would take it to the vet So I need a cat carrier for that. Because it can't be loose in the car, or else no one would be able to get in the car again. Allergies. Adam, I'm thinking this is bad advice. I think this is very bad advice. For some reason, I don't trust what you tell me. Here's another thing. One more question. I apologize making this a cat show while we're waiting for the jury to finish the jury questions to be deliberated on. How much do you feed a cat? Because we have dry, like Friskas, whatever. I don't know what it is. I just grabbed a brand that looked like, it had pictures of food that I liked on it. So it's like, hey, surf and turf, meat, shrimp, whatever. So I grabbed that. And I don't know how much to feed it at a time. Do you feed it more than it will eat or less than it will eat and make it hungry and tell it to wait? Go by weight and calories. I don't do that for myself. You expect me to do this for a cat? This seems like too much work. Half a cup to 1 cup twice a day. Okay, so I've been doing like 2/3 of a cup twice a day. So I think that's within the range of acceptable dosage for food. And it is a smaller cat. I mean, you can definitely see that it's either a breed that does not grow as big as everyone else's cat, or it's a smaller, like it has not fully grown yet. I'm not sure which of the two it is. I don't know how you tell a cat's age. I think it's young because it doesn't know how to meow properly yet. It's more of a meow. It's like a growl. I'll record it for you and play it for you. But it does it when it wants food. Well, that's the only time it meows at all. But here we go.
Dr. Alexander, the jury has a number of questions. Members of the jury, I'll be able to ask most but not all of the questions. Is there any conflict of interest in a medical director of CPT to access a medical record through means outside DCF, through medical privileges from their private practice?
It depends. I can't just access anybody's records. That's major trouble, just to cruise around and look at records. But if I had somebody that said, they called me up and directed me to a particular person and said they had some question, and part of the process of helping them with their question, that would be okay. But it wouldn't be okay just to, just check anybody out willy-nilly and, see what their record is.
Is the pursuit of acting as a liaison and educational support for emergency physicians within the scope of expectation of the role?
Could you ask that again?
Is the pursuit of acting as a liaison and educational support for emergency pediatricians within the scope of expectation of the role? I think it's of medical director.
Sure. Well, is a CPT medical personnel.
CPT medical director.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Even within their own assigned jurisdiction, where the doctor plays an integral role educating doctors in their own case?
Right. That's part of what we do.
Since Dr. Smith is part of a structure designed to assess fairly a medical situation, do you think this could contribute to the potential for young doctors to misconstrue that advice?
Well, if the question is she an authority figure that people are going to look up to and think that she knows something about this area. Well, of course, that's what her job is to do that, if I'm interpreting that question correctly. In the way that I would look up to a cardiologist, because they know more about that than I do.
Why wouldn't the Department of Children and Families, in representing the interests of the state, provide a separate ID for identity to identify their representatives while they are pursuing their investigation?
Well, I don't know about the Department of Children and Families, but we're not the Department of Children and Families at all. And we're not Dr. Smith would, as medical director, would have derived some salary from the Department of Health. And so to some extent, they might regard her as the Department of Health, but not DCF. And that we draw a really clear line that we're different than DCF.
Next, does the hospital have to call Dr. Sally Smith first? Is there any harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a reporter? Is there? There is no harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a mandatory reporter, is there?
No, in fact, that's usually what happens. Is usually we hear about this because it has been reported to DCF. But if they have a question or they want to sometimes give us a heads up, this is in process. We sometimes hear from the hospital on that. We certainly do that in Jacksonville, and we do it around the state.
You testified there were several reports/calls to CPT. Are you testifying that there were more than one call placed before the hospital called Dr. Sally Smith?
In terms of attempted reports to DCF, yes.
Okay. Was the first call not accepted by CPT, and that is why Dr. Teppa reached out to Dr. Sally Smith to see if the hospital had enough information on abuse to make the call?
Yeah, except CPT doesn't accept calls. DCF accepts calls. It's their hotline, not ours. Yeah, it would be, it may well be, and I guess you'd have to ask them, but I agree with the general proposition that she was trying to see if Sally Smith thought there was something there or not.
In your testimony, you said something similar to a child protection specialist is not assigned to a hospital, but a zone or area. Am I correct?
That's right. We're structured so that we cover an area. So my Jacksonville team covers 8 counties, and we can go in, by state law, we can go into any hospital. We don't need privileges for child abuse issues, and we can see the child and we can look at their records. So we're area focused, county focused. We're not hospital focused.
At the time of Maya's 2016 visits to Tampa General and Johns Hopkins All Children, were those 2 hospitals in the same zone?
Tampa General is served by the Tampa Child Protection Team. And the other one, I'm sorry, was?
Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins, that's Pinellas, and those are separate child protection teams. I mean, obviously they get patients that go back and forth, and so hopefully they're getting some good communication between the 2 teams.
So Dr. Sally Smith would not have been the person assigned to the Tampa zone?
Right, so if there was a formal report and a report had to be generated just for Tampa stuff alone, then I would expect that that would be the Tampa CPT team that would actually come in and do that. But again, if there's records from other places and your final destination is, say, Pinellas, then I'd expect that the Pinellas person gathers all that information, writes a report.
Is it normal for Sally Smith, acting in a DCF capacity, to even offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of a DCF investigator.
Well, she's not a DCF investigator. Once again, I'm sorry, but we are not DCF. We are Department of Health, and the medical directors of the state, we've had meetings on this since 2004, and we're very particular about that point. The conflict of interest for Sally Smith would be as if this was a patient in her private practice, in which case she might have to recuse herself and have a different medical provider do something. So that's the conflict. It's not the fact that she works at a hospital in which she might also have to see a CPT case.
The juror just said, please replace DCF with the initials you need to identify today. So.
Okay.
So let me just re-ask the question. Is it normal for Dr. Sally Smith, acting as the medical director of the child protection team capacity, to offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of the medical director of the child protection team?
It's normal and expected.
Mr. Hunter, any further questions?
Wow.
Mr. Anderson.
A follow-up to the juror's question on the timeline. So was your understanding there was a first call, a hotline, right? And then, are we in agreement there? Obviously there was.
We are, yeah. There was, yeah.
And then there was a second call from the hospital, Dr. Tapia Sanchez, to Dr. Smith after that?
So we're talking about the first call being the call to the DCF hotline?
Right.
Yeah, okay. There was, and then some communication that went on between the two doctors.
Right. And then after that, a second call was made.
To DCF, yes.
And that one was accepted?
Yes.
Is it true that the threshold for the requirement of making a call is exceedingly low?
Well, it's low. I don't know if I'd say exceedingly.
Sustained.
So it's low.
It's a reasonable suspicion threshold.
Pretty subjective.
Well, purposely so.
Your Honor, sustained.
All right. But as a CPT, and again, how should I refer to her? A CPT, what? She's not a prosecutor, she's not an investigator, she's just a doctor, a CPT doctor?
Well, she's a pretty well-trained doctor. I would say just a doctor, but no, she's a CPT medical provider. She's the medical director for the Pinellas team.
All right. But when she steps into whatever role she has at Johns Hopkins, she's not able to violate a parent's right to control medical treatment for the child, is she?
Not in the sense of just normal treatment, but she's certainly entitled to perform CPT functions as specified in state law.
No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter? No, Your Honor. Looks like I have another juror question coming.
Just a Red Girl, thank you very much for your super chat. Appreciate it. I'm not a fan of this individual, this witness's responses. They seem to be painting a picture where, and you guys are going to be like, that's the whole story. We've been saying this all along, where these agencies can operate at will, as they will, both outside and within guidelines, and with no ramifications. It just seems like this entire field should have checks and balances. There should be oversight. There should be standard operating procedures. There should be rules and thresholds and guidelines that are in place. And it seems with every answer that's like, hell yeah, sometimes we can do that. yeah, it's usually the call comes this way, but if it comes in from someone else, that's fine. And that we can just, if somebody calls us, we can just look up the records. That's not a problem. I don't know. I have the power to call DCF, right? As an individual, I can make that call if I suspect something. And I think in some states like Florida, anyone over the age of 18 is a mandated reporter. So if I have the power to do that, I can also call my buddy who's a sheriff. Guess what? He can't do. The sheriff can't just, my buddy who's just out in the car, in his squad car, just like pull up on the records and look somebody up. He can't do that. There are rules to access information.
Sir, is Sally Smith with CPT, the Department of Health, or any others? Who does she work for?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Who does she work for?
In that role, she works with her particular team, but the medical directors that aren't part of universities, which she would have been, they had some direct deposits. The way that DOH structured it is for the process of administration, not for seeing kids, but just administration. They would directly pay the medical directors around the state. Again, not for those of us that work at universities. It's a different situation. And then her team would pay her, they have the contract from the Department of Health, and their team would then pay her for clinical things like seeing kids, things along that line. I think most of her pay was actually private practice, which was different than child protection team altogether.
Any follow-up, Mr. Hunter?
Briefly, I just to try to clarify a couple things. What state agency controls the child protection team program?
The Department of Health.
But do the teams advise and serve as a resource to the Department of Children and Families?
We do. Police, prosecutors, people that are authorized. But in the legal intro, as perhaps you all know, is we're there to assist the Department of Children and Families, but we're not them.
Okay. Thank you.
He tries to draw a distinction, and nobody's buying it.
Sure, I'm getting the right answer here. You were aware that Dr. Sally Smith had a private practice as well, a pediatrics practice.
Right. Being medical director in Pinellas County is not a full-time job. It was part-time.
So she had 3 different jobs?
I'm sorry?
3 different jobs? If you call her private practice a job, I would.
Well, you call that a job, right? So
CPT, yeah. and then whatever role at the hospital.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I had one more question, Doctor.
There's Jules. She made it.
But it was in regard to one of the last questions before. Am I allowed to ask it?
I don't know. I mean, it's your time. The time clock is ticking. So,
are CPT doctors allowed or encouraged to change their opinions as they progress through their evaluation?
Yes. We write addendums if something significant comes along, or sometimes we order our lab tests or x-rays and they're not immediately available. We're supposed to get all our reports done within 10 days, but some things take longer than that, and so if things come up, we'll write an addendum.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter.
Nothing further on.
Anything else from the jury? Well, Mr. Hunter, did you have another question?
No, I was going to ask Your Honor about an issue.
I think you'll be visiting with me in a moment.
I think we'll have our chance.
No, did they rule they can't go into the funding issue? It seems funny that some people, we can talk about how much they're getting paid for this, but are they not allowed to ask where does the money come from? Does your team receive funding based on its workload? Meaning that the more kids they have in the system, the more funding they get. Is that something that's not permissible to talk about in this trial? I'll get off my soapbox. Hopefully someone from the state legislature will introduce a bill called Maya's Law and add some checks and balances to DCF. Hopefully then it would spread to other states. I'm torn. I can tell you that there is a place, in my opinion, there is a place for DCF. That there is a need, and it's an extreme need in some situations. But this seems like they were looking for a problem where there wasn't one, and they're almost trying to find the right angle where they could look at the situation so that they could then justify their actions. I'm going all conspiracy theory. I'm sorry. I'll shut up here. Did they say they have more questions? I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat. This I will say, Mr. Randall Alexander, Dr. Randall Alexander, perfectly good witness. I'm frustrated by as someone who was in charge. Basically, he was Sally Smith's boss. I'm frustrated that almost every answer seemed to be that anything Sally Smith did would have been allowed. You know, sometimes we do that. That there was not some discussion about guidelines or policies or procedure that this is, or the process that we follow. You know, these are the steps we take. This is something, you know, so we can make sure we do it right every time.
Members of the jury, there's another question, Doctor. Is a doctor with a private practice, quote, not a job, end quote? What do you call a doctor with a private practice?
It's a job. Being a pediatrician and seeing kids is definitely a job.
That juror was trying to ask the question that Mr. Anderson was
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, members of the jury? Okay, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for us to take a break. It's probably going to be a healthy 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation, and receive no information.
All rise. Jury's executed.
A healthy 50 minutes. It would be a fat break, right? Emily Ippolito says, it's almost as if people believed in more funding for these programs without caveats based on how many kids they're dealing with. We might not be having these problems. Evil glares at Congress. Without getting political, this is why we vote. Everyone, that's it.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Does everyone please have a seat? Madam Court Reporter, we're going to mark this part of the transcript as the beginning of the proffer.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Alexander, there's going to be several questions that are asked that are outside the presence of the jury, so we're going to start with Mr. Hunter.
I'm going to make this kind of a summary oral proffer, Your Honor. Doctor, have you reviewed the report? Well, first of all, have you reviewed in some detail the records that Dr. Sally Smith accumulated in her review of the Maya Kowalski case?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed the reports that she rendered as a result of her review of those records and her evaluation of Maya Kowalski and her discussions with the Kowalski family and others?
Yes.
Based on that review, do you have an opinion that you can express within a reasonable degree of medical probability with respect to whether Dr. Sally Smith's conduct complied with the standard of care expected of CPT medical directors in conducting their review of a case such as Maya Kowalski's?
I do have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion, sir?
The opinion is that, yes, it did conform to what I would expect a medical director or a CPT medical provider to do.
Okay. And do you believe that her conclusions, as stated in that report, are appropriate and within the standard of practice for CPT medical directors?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Anderson.
So your standard of care would include leaving out reports from almost all of the non-Johns Hopkins, non-TGF, non-Lurie's large hospital doctors.
Judge Argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer.
I thought she reviewed some of those things, so I'd have to know the details of which things you're talking about that are there or not. But I know she did a lot of follow-up with various providers and things, and so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Sure. To come to your attention that her report did not mention the strong opinion of Dr. Kirkpatrick.
She didn't document that opinion in her report as such. I believe she attempted to contact him. I can't remember if he was the one that she was saying and be able to contact, or she did contact him.
She did contact him. She did not
Right.
put it in the report. All right. And is the standard of care also to leave out Eagles Wings counseling and instead represent that the Kowalskis were not having any counseling?
Well, if she didn't know it and she said that there was no counseling, then that would be what she knew at the time.
What if she had the records right there in front of her and she left them out? Would that meet your standard of care?
No, I mean, then she shouldn't have said there was no counseling if she knew there was.
Okay,
And
here we go.
Nobody's brought you up to speed, I guess, on Maya's relapses since all this occurred in 2016, 2017.
Not well enough. I mean, I've heard sort of vague stuff, and I'd hesitate to have this court think that I know it well enough to give a valid opinion.
Very good. Thank you, Doctor.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
That's it, Judge.
May this doctor be excused from all subpoenas and allowed to return to Jacksonville?
As far as I'm concerned.
No objection, Your Honor.
Drive safely, doctor.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Wow.
Anything before we go on our break?
We can do it now or after the break, Your Honor. We found the letter that should have been attached to that email that was admitted this morning.
Let's go ahead and put it up real quick.
Let's see what we got.
I have a copy for the court since it looks like our person that approach. Yeah, I have a copy for you as well.
We don't have an objection, but if they want to do that.
There it is.
That couldn't be allowed because he was not, I believe he was not authorized to testify on standard of care. He's the one that didn't have the license,
Remind me,
right?
is 24...
Is that him?
08. What did I do earlier today?
So what you admitted earlier today, Your Honor, was how the defense had marked it as 3192. This is how, or I'm sorry, 3192 was the defense's marking.
No, I don't think that's right. Give me 1 second. It is, in fact, 3315.
No, 3315 was excluded. That was to Dr. Kent.
Oh, all right, hold on.
It's 3192 on the first page of your exhibit list.
You're right.
So it was admitted as 3192. We could either make it 3192A with this additional page, or we could admit it as what we had marked it as 2408.
Judge, what I would suggest is that we just have this added. We'll have someone on our team make it 3192A, and we'll attach it, and so it'll be right after 3192.
So long as it's going to be clear to the jury that they go together.
We'll put it with 3192, if that's it.
That's fine. Why don't you get with the technical folks, and then when we come back, advise what it is so we can make sure that the clerk also has it.
Yeah, I just don't know if the 3193 exists, so that's why I'm suggesting we do 3192 and 3192A.
Anything else before we take our break?
No more for the plaintiff unless you've got something there.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes.
All rise. Closing recess.
All right, 10-minute break right now. Dr. Randall Alexander, Sally Smith's boss, basically testified that Sally Smith could do no wrong, but on cross, he did admit that had certain things occurred, which to my understanding they did, it would be inappropriate. That was a little bit helpful. If but it just depends on the understanding if those things occurred that way, how you view the facts, basically. So I did notice that the jury kept referring to her as an investigator, in spite of the fact that that he was very adamant that they're not investigators or prosecutors, and no, they're not DCF, and they kept referring to him as that way and her as that way, possibly because it's so hard to see the line between them. It seemed like that line was quite blurred by their actions and their involvement and their authority. Wow, it surprised me. The things that did occur and he didn't know. Yes, the report, Sally Smith leaving out Eagle's Wings, leaving out Dr. Kirkpatrick's strong opinion out of the report. This would have been important, especially using the preceding question, where if they have more information, if they get more information, they should revise and update their opinions, which she did not do. Instead, she just said there was no counseling taking place, even though she had records that counseling was taking place. Carol Althoff says, 1 month member, longtime lurker, love all of you. Thank you very much, Carol. Wonderful to have you out of the shadows officially and be an official, no longer a lurker. Matt Bond says, sup, spiffy legal mumbo jumbo talkie recovery dude. Hey, sup, Matt? Good to have you here. I love that you can share that with me as well as with Rob. Love seeing those chats. All right. It's a shame the jury didn't see the proffer. Yes, that happened outside. That'll be for appeal. I mean, they will see the light of day, but not with this jury. Let's see, these CPT people are so arrogant, says Badgers and Packers. Glad my child is not a minor and that I don't live in Pinellas. I don't think it's specific to Pinellas. A lot of people have been mentioning in chat the problem with having these private teams that privatize this side of the health department work. I've got to think that at some point their workload and their pay seem to be joined some way. There has to be some connection, right? Because you're bidding for a contract, and you're saying, well, either you're saying there's a lot of work here and I'll get paid a lot, or you're saying I get paid based on how much work I do. Either way, it seems like the money is tied to the number of investigations in some way. And so if you can have more investigations, then you can bill more when you bid. I don't like that. It would be like giving the cops a bonus when they pull people over for speeding. Okay, that I adamantly against that. Or giving them a quota. He's an academic more than anything. Let's see. Raleigh Slimery ASMR. I'm behind, so maybe you're done talking about the kitty. Never. Kitty's always appropriate. But I run a cat rescue in Raleigh. Do you have a P.O. box? I do. I'll send you an outdoor heated cat house. I'll email you. Wow. Raleigh Slimery. I do have a P.O. box. If you type, I think it's ! Address. What is it? I don't remember what the command is, but it'll pull up my P.O. box in chat. Let me see. I think Kimar just did it. She beat me to it. There it is. There's the P.O. box right there. But thank you. That is super generous, and that's awesome. Just down the road in Raleigh, a couple hours away. They get bonuses for bringing in abuse cases. Is this confirmed, Sarah? Because this is just wrong. This is so wrong. But, saying that, I don't have a solution. So really, I get frustrated when people tell me about problems and they don't have a solution. I don't have a solution for this. I don't know what the right thing is to do. How are they funded, or is it taxpayers' money paying these people? It's probably taxpayers' money going through a couple layers. So yes, the Department of Health is funded, and then they contract out with the Suncoast or whoever it is that holds the contract. And they pay out that way. So it starts out as taxpayer money. I find it disturbing that despite many families who've been taken or attempted to take the SS to court, she remains in this role of authority. Very scary. The laws are very friendly in Florida and many other places to protect individuals like this. There's, first of all, DCF, they're protected by statute. You can't touch them. You can't touch them. This shows the bonuses. The solution is the entire system needs to be overhauled. Tara says, I smell a new law coming, especially if Maya wins big. There will be, think if this is a huge business and it looks like you were cracking the curtains and peeking through into this business, if this is a huge business, it will have a ton of pushback. Those folks up on the whatever capital they're at that make the laws, the legislators will have lobbyists coming out their ears with all sorts of money that want to support them if they keep the laws friendly to the hospitals and that. Oh wow, hang on. I need to start a recording. Just 1 second. Audio up. Where's my sound? We're good. The court's about to begin in the Adams County court case. Okay, there we go. All right, that can start recording. That'll go on the other channel, on the Top Mark Media channel. Suncoast Center strives to provide excellent care and does not make decisions on removal of children on their website. They just make recommendations, Adam. They don't make the decisions. They make the recommendations. The court makes the decision based on the recommendation. So Suncoast and Sally Smith settled. That's my understanding, that there was a lawsuit previously that they settled for, and that was the $2.5 million roughly. Matt Bond says, I found an article that ketamine was approved by FDA for CRPS in 2021. Should be paid with salary and to do their job, so they're working on commission. Allie, it's weird because even if you're paid a salary, if the underlying system is paid on a bonus schedule or on a workload based on how much work you bring in, then the management will be under pressure to perform. And if the management's under pressure to perform, even those who are salaried are going to be, they're going to be reviewed. They're going to be promoted based on their production levels. It's how the system works. If that's what drives the money, that's going to be a metric that finds its way all the way down to the review to the bottom person on the company's payroll, even if that person has no impact whatsoever individually. I mean, she's not going to get like a $50 bonus check for finding another child that needs rescuing. It's gonna affect everything in the company. That's how business works. The court made a decision without all the information because Sally Smith did not provide all factual info, thus misled the court. It would appear that way, especially with regards to Dr. Kirkpatrick's information as well as the counseling information that was not provided. Let's see. 15 minutes is up. Let's go, says Nova Leo. I think I show about 9 minutes into it. But, of course, the proffer took some of that time. You remember it was a fat 15 minutes as well. Let's see. Gil says, I'm kind of new here. What does the Recovery Addict... Oh, hang on 1 second. Feed cut out for a second. What does the Recovery Addict theme mean exactly? Let me tell you here.
Whatever the court wants to do.
We can plan that.
Okay.
I can answer that in the next break.
We'll conclude the morning.
It'll take us almost to noon.
Right. That was our thought.
I am going to go prepare a rebuttal. Keep leaving the Hands of Ms. Lawrence.
Okay.
And Nick.
Ms. Lawrence is fine.
Judge, and as to the rehearing on countering Smith's testimony, she always wears a lab coat. Will the court be deciding that today at some point?
I will be after lunch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else that you need, Mr. Anderson, before you leave?
Not on my part, Nick. Anything else? Okay.
Nick's taken over. Maybe Ms. Lawrence will step up as well. Take first chair again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we ready to bring back the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lawrence grabs her laptop, her phone, her drink.
Designation breakdowns for those two depositions.
Oh, okay.
Time-wise.
So we might see Ms. Lawrence in action today. We might see it. I should do an intro. That sounds like something a professional would do.
Jurors entering.
Mr. Anderson is going to prepare the rebuttal.
Members of the jury want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
We have two different depositions to play next, which will cumulatively take us about an hour and 15 minutes. So we should be finishing this right about noon so we can break for lunch. Okay. I'm assuming we leave the lights as is. It's okay. We'll leave the lights as is. Ms. Corrales.
Yes, the defense would call Sharon O'Leary Johnson.
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Miss O'Leary Johnson. My name's David Hughes. I represent Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. How are you doing this morning?
Great.
So let's go ahead and get started. Can you please state your name and professional address for the record, please?
Sharon O'Leary Johnson, and the Guardian Light Office here in Sarasota.
All right. Can you please give me the benefit of your educational background from where you went to high school all the way through any degrees or licenses you may have obtained over the years?
Okay, I went to Rutherford Union High School in the Detroit area. I attended.
She started at high school.
I graduated from Michigan State University with a bachelor's in education. I got a master's at Central Michigan University in educational administration. And I am all but dissertated out of Michigan State in organizational behavior / development and instructional design.
Okay. Can you please just briefly outline the types of things you did throughout your career in the realm of education?
I taught elementary school, 6th grade. I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then I went into business and I worked for various companies developing training programs and training strategies.
Can you please explain in a little bit more detail the types of positions you've held in education and just give me a general timeline of when you served in those roles?
Okay, 1980, I taught 6th grade for 2 years. And then in Then probably from 84, 85 to 90 or so, I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then probably from 94 to 2017 or 18, I worked in the business area. I worked for Frito-Lay, I worked for Nestle, and I worked as an independent contractor or consultant, and I developed training programs and strategies, usually for frontline workers.
Okay. How was it that you came to become a guardian ad litem volunteer?
I was involved in the Texas and Dallas area in the Children's Advocacy Center as a donor and also as worked on committees for both things. Then when I moved to Florida, I was going to be partially retired because in my job, I travel a lot. And so I was partially retiring, so I thought I had the time. So I went in to look at becoming a guardian ad litem.
Approximately when did you first start serving as a guardian ad litem here in Florida?
Let's say 7 years ago, like 2014 or 15, somewhere around there.
And approximately how many cases have you volunteered for with the guardian ad litem's office there in Sarasota?
5.
Okay. And do you handle multiple cases at a time, or do you typically handle one case at a time?
1 case at a time.
Okay. My understanding is that you served as Maya Kowalski's guardian ad litem back in 2016 and 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
How was it that you came to be involved with Maya Kowalski's case?
I was asked by my manager if I would be interested in taking that case because I finished off my other case.
Okay. And who was the manager?
Jessica Black. Jessica Black something. I forget the last name.
I believe it's Black Rick. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So why don't you walk me a little bit through what Mrs. Black Rick's role in a situation like Maya Kowalski's case would have been versus what your role was?
I can tell you what my role was.
Okay. Why don't we start there?
My role was to visit Maya, talk with her, and make observations, and make sure her educational needs were being met.
What does that mean to you as a guardian ad litem that you're serving to further the child's best interest?
It means when there is a court case, to ask the child, depending on the age, one, if they want to go or what they want to say to the court, and to advocate to make sure that if they want certain things or if they have certain requests, for an example, if somebody wanted to go to summer camp or somebody wanted to go play soccer or do something that is normal or normalcy for other kids, that I try to work with different people, the guardian fund, my manager or whatever, to try to make things like that happen. And in some cases, to make sure that the place they're at is safe, and to make sure they're getting, medical, like if they need a dentist visit or where they are on those kinds of things.
And my understanding is from time to time that you also enter notes around the time of some of your visits. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you do that in this case with Maya Kowalski, enter notes around the time of your visits with her?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review those notes before today?
Yes.
And when you say notes, what are you talking about?
It was printed out what I had written down in Optima.
All right. And what is Optimum?
Optima is an application that's used by the guardian ad litems to document. I use it to document my notes, and I don't know what everybody else uses it for.
And my understanding is that on a few occasions you went and visited Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Correct.
Do you recall, separate and apart, anything that you may have documented, and we'll go through your documentation, but separate and apart from what you may have documented, as you sit here today, do you have an independent recollection of your observations of Maya Kowalski?
No.
Okay. So when I say the name Maya Kowalski, what comes to mind?
A little girl I visited at the hospital who liked her little Shopkins and liked to play the piano.
All right. So it's fair to say that you took an oath to serve as the guardian ad litem for Maya Kowalski in this case?
Yes.
Why don't you, can you just describe in general terms what it was, what your understanding of the role it was you were to perform here was?
To visit and observe Maya to make sure that she was getting her needs met and to advocate for her in court.
Well, let's go to your first visit then, which we can find here on GAL 14. Are you able to view that and read it? Or would you like me to blow it up a little bit more?
No, I can read it. So you're referring to the one on October 24th?
Yeah, it says name Sharon O'Leary Johnson, case number, activity date 10/24/16, activity type contacted child in current placement, subject visit in hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, I got it. I just want to make sure I'm reading the right one. So I'm reading it.
Just from a foundational standpoint, the document we're looking at here on GAL 14, do you recognize that as your note that you prepared following a visit with Maya on October 24th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Having read that note, does the note trigger any recollection about your first visit with Maya at the hospital on the 24th?
Just that she was a nice girl to visit with.
Okay. And what do you mean that she was a nice girl to visit with?
She was talkative. She was welcome for my visit.
Mr. Hughes is asking questions.
You note here, quote, she didn't look like she was in pain, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you entered that into her chart?
Right above it, she was smiling and laughing and telling me about how her hospital room was all set up and her dolls and all that kind of stuff. So she was smiling and laughing, and I don't normally associate that with pain.
Okay. And then you note that a nurse came in to take her blood pressure and she made a face and said she hated it because it hurt. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Why is it that you entered that into the note from this visit for today?
Because that's what I saw.
Whether you found it strange that Maya's demeanor would change depending on who was in the room.
Strange? Maybe a little.
And why is that?
Because we were just laughing and talking, and then a nurse walked in, and then she changed her demeanor a little bit.
What do you mean by she changed her demeanor a little bit?
What she said let's see, what did I write down? She made a face that when the person came in, and I wrote down she made the face because she said it hurt when they did that.
My second note that I have here is on GAL 13, and it appears to be a note from November 9 of 2016. that bears your name, Sharon O'Leary Johnson, with the case number. It says contact the child in current placement, contact type face-to-face, hours 3.0. Do you see the document we're talking about here?
Yes.
You start the note by noting that Maya was in a lot of pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it fair for me from your note to interpret that Maya expressed that she was in pain to you?
Yes. Maya expressed she was in pain.
And what was your observation about whether or not Maya appeared to be in pain?
We began talking. It didn't appear she was in pain.
You mentioned briefly earlier that Maya's room was decorated. What do you recall about the way in which Maya's room was laid out and decorated on the times that you visited?
Maya had her bed, and then if you're laying in the bed to the right, there was like a long couch, and she had her little Shopkins dolls and all sorts of, I guess, toys, different kinds of things. I think she had her makeup stuff next to her on her bed, and she had her artwork hanging.
Did you ever observe her playing with makeup, playing with dolls, doing any artwork, anything like that?
Yes.
Was she able to use her hands?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to watch Maya trying to get around her room?
Yes, but not at this visit, I don't believe.
Okay. Well, let's just talk in general whenever that was. How did Maya appear to get around while you were observing her in the room?
She either moved the wheelchair over a little bit or she asked me to move it over.
There were times she moved her own wheelchair, is that correct? Approximately how many times did you observe Maya moving her wheelchair on her own?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's go to our next visit here. I believe it's from November 30, 2016. It's at GAL 12. I've got it pulled up right now. It says Sharon O'Leary Johnson, case number. Activity date is listed as November 30, 2016. Contacted child, other location, visit, face-to-face, 3 hours. Do you see the document that I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then I note on this visit you state, quote, I helped her with her shoes. She was very quiet, end quote. What are you describing there?
We were going to go down to play the piano in the lobby. She was quiet. She seemed sad.
Okay. Did you recall her explaining why she was sad?
No, not in particular, but in general, she missed her mom and her dad and her brother.
And it says here, quote, we went down to play the piano and she was playing well and having fun, end quote. What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
So when we started, she was sad, and then we went down and she got to play the piano, and she was having fun doing it.
What do you recall about her ability to play the piano, if anything?
Pretty good for 10.
Okay. What do you mean pretty good for 10?
Well, I mean, she played with both hands and played some songs.
I understand. And where was this piano in relationship to Maya's room?
In a lobby of some sort at the hospital. I can't remember exactly, but we had to get on an elevator and go down.
And then at some point during the piano playing, you note, quote, when I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys, end quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What are you describing there in your note?
She moved herself over.
Did you have to physically move her over, or was that Maya moving herself over?
No, she moved herself.
And then at some point, it seems like her father showed up during this visit. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And it looks like, based on your note, you went back to Maya's room with with Mr. Kowalski and Maya. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appears as if Mr. Kowalski brought her some toys or some presents on this visit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you noted here that she was, quote, excited. And when we returned to the room, she put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
What she did.
Okay. And he said here, quote, she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you include that sentence in your note?
She was excited and cheering and and doing things and back to what the shelter order was. I was making observations for people who are experts to use however they saw fit.
I think you concluded or wrote at the end of this note here, quote, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
I mean, let me ask you this. Did you author that line at the end of of this note here that says, quote, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all, end quote?
Yes.
And what part of the visit are you referencing in that final sentence?
The piano afterwards.
Piano afterwards, that would include her visit with her father?
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you visited the child, you authored a note?
Correct.
So ma'am, I just showed you a document that is a guardian ad litem report to the court, and it's signed by Jessica Blackrick for Sharon O'Leary Johnson. Okay?
Right.
You see that document?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything in here that you disagree with in this report?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, my question was, do you have any reason to believe that anything in this report is untrue?
No, I don't have any reason to believe it.
So, Ms. O'Leary Johnson, do you recall at any point helping Maya Kowalski put her shoes on?
Yes. In my notes, I wrote before we went to play the piano that I helped her put her shoes on.
What do you recall about helping Maya put her shoes on before you took her down for the piano?
Just that all I recall now is just helping her put her shoes on.
Is there anything in paragraph 3 of this report we're talking about here that says observations of the child that you believe to be incorrect?
No, I don't believe anything's incorrect.
When you got to the hospital, or if you called them beforehand, I don't know if you called them or just saw them the first time in the hospital, but when you first spoke to somebody at the hospital, what did they tell you about Maya and her condition?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not under oath, but I'm assuming you spoke to somebody at the hospital, one of the nurses or someone, about Maya's condition.
No.
And during the course of that conversation, they told you something negative about Beata Kowalski.
No.
And during the course of those conversations, they intimated that Beata was some kind of evil person that was keeping Maya from getting better. And that's why she was there. Isn't that true? Isn't that true?
Same.
During one of those conversations, you learned that the hospital was trying to demonstrate instances where Maya was not in pain. Isn't that true?
No.
Do you agree with me on that more than one occasion you made comments to the effect that Maya did not seem like she was in pain?
Yes.
And comments like she could move herself in the bed, roll over. You made comments like that, right?
I did not say she could roll over.
All right.
I believe in my notes I said that she moved herself from in her wheelchair to the couch to play with the presents that her dad purchased for her.
Now, what was the purpose of that in determining Maya's best interest? Of putting that in there.
Because of my understanding, limited understanding of the shelter order. I made observations of what I saw.
Do you have any medical training whatsoever to understand exactly when someone's in pain or not in pain?
No.
You said, when I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys. Now, why would you say that if you weren't trying to specifically prove something?
Mr. Anderson, my job is to report what I saw and my observations and my opinion about what I saw. And that's what I documented.
No, your duty was to protect Maya, was it not?
Wouldn't say the term protect. My term I would use would be advocate.
Okay, and why advocate? Don't you advocate for Maya?
Correct.
Or are you advocating for the state?
Advocate for Maya.
Do you advocate for the hospital?
No.
But you took whatever they said to be true, correct?
I didn't talk to the hospital.
All right. Well, you say you report what you saw. Would you agree with me it's a little unusual to pick out of all the things you saw? When I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys. Now, why else would a guardian ad litem possibly put that particular, out of all of the interactions with that little girl, why would a guardian ad litem supposed to protect her put that scenario in?
Because it's what I saw.
Okay. All right. And so if we're talking about the actual time with Maya, we should deduct 1 to 2 hours, depending from that 3 hours, right?
I spend between probably 35 minutes to an hour with Maya on each visit.
In any event, you also said that when we returned to the room and put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay, so why put in about her moving her wheelchair if it wasn't to try to prove a point?
Just put it in because I thought it was important to know.
Well, right after that, you say she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. You see that?
Correct. Yeah.
And then the next sentence is, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all. Right?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me, to most reasonable people, it looks exactly like you were putting in instances there to try to support your conclusion that Maya wasn't in pain?
I'm not an expert on everything. I'm just reporting that to me, and being not an expert, she didn't appear like she was in pain. At the time, I thought it was relevant for my team to see.
Relevant for who?
My team, my child advocate manager and my attorney. To my understanding, they're the only people that see what's in Optima.
Okay. So again, like the hospital, you use a team approach, right? Go ahead. You use a team approach.
We use a team approach.
And you're saying the only goal is to reunite Maya with her family?
That's the primary goal in all our cases.
I'm asking you to connect up how putting all these comments in these notes, how does that help reunite Maya with her family?
I don't know one way or another what it was going to do. I was documenting my thing. That's all I can tell you. I wasn't trying to not reunite Maya. I wanted what was best for Maya.
Well, if we go then to the November 9th, 2016, working back, when I asked Maya how she was doing, she said she was in a lot of pain. We then began talking about various things, her artwork, going to baking class, makeup and clothes. During that discussion, she was smiling and giggling and had a great time. Farther down, you say, she didn't appear to be in pain. How is that reuniting Maya with her mom, her dad, and her brother?
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't really know the answer. I don't put those two together. It was not to do either one of those things. It was to be able to document for my team, this is what I saw in a snapshot in time.
Did your team want to help prove that Beata Kowalski was abusing Maya?
No.
And then you say in PT that when they moved her from the chair to the mat, PT, it says, it's hard to read, but when they moved her from the chair to the mat and she made faces, but as soon as they engaged in an activity, the grimace was replaced with a smile. You learned that from the physical therapist right there?
Yes, that's what the physical therapist said.
Instead of that, instead of saying nothing, you said, she told me that it wasn't proper protocol to take blood pressure on a RSD patient. She made a face during the process, but once resumed talking to me, I can't read this, I'm sorry. It says, but when over, resumed talking to me. Okay. So she made a face during the process, but when over, resumed talking to me. And then you also say, she told me she didn't like the PT because she really shouldn't be doing it. She also told me that her maternal grandfather had pain in her legs and that her mother told her grandmother probably had RSD also because it runs in the family. So would you agree with me that you were in fact discussing Maya's illness, her reflex sympathetic dystrophy?
Maya was discussing it.
Well, what was your role in discussing it?
I don't recall other than listening to her.
Why put it in the report? Is it going to medical doctors?
Not going to medical doctors.
Then why put it in the report?
Because I wanted my team to know what I observed and what she said.
If you Googled it, you'd recognize what RSD lesions look like. Would you agree with me there?
No, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor.
Did you ever see anything to indicate that Maya's pain wasn't completely real?
No.
So, again, your primary duty is to ensure the child's returning to, or one of the primary duties is to ensure the child is returning to a safe home. Is that right?
Yeah. It's so my duties are to advocate for the child.
Advocate what?
And the goal that we have is to reunify the child with the family.
All right.
So it's kind of two separate. One's a goal, one's a responsibility.
Well, what else did you comment on other than her pain levels?
She was happy, giggling. She played the piano. She was cutting up stuff with her dolls. She played with her dolls.
Well,
There's different things that we did.
Well, you're not a doctor, but you reported on whether you thought she had pain, right?
I reported on that it didn't appear, my opinion. Right?
But you
and
did
I
report-
reported it to my team, not to anyone else.
Okay. Would there have been occasions where you would have discussed this case with members of your team, either Ms. Blackrick or a guardian ad litem attorney?
Yes.
All right. So my understanding is you documented certain things in notes, and that's through Optima, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at other times, am I correct in concluding that you would have had oral conversations with Ms. Blackrick and perhaps Mr. Monahan?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if all of those oral conversations get committed to writing or not?
I don't know.
Am I correct in assuming that you don't recall each and everything that you reviewed or that you spoke to in connection with your guardian ad litem services here?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned members of the guardian ad litem team. That would have been Ms. Blackrick, Mr. Monahan. Is there anybody else on the team that you would have reported to?
No.
Okay, and Ms. Crows, what's the next deposition?
Deposition of Dr. Vinton.
Depo number 2 incoming. I didn't see much guardian ad litem stuff in there.
Given this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Good morning, Dr. Wyndham. Thank you for coming in today and taking some time out of your busy practice to answer some questions about your involvement with Maya Kowalski. I'd like to just start off by getting your name and date of birth for the record, please. Hugh Wyndham, January 16, 1959. Can you give me the benefit of your education and training in your specialty, starting with college and moving through fellowship, please?
Undergraduate, Duke University, medical school, Duke University, internal medicine, residency, internship, Georgetown University, allergy immunology, Johns Hopkins University.
Can you please explain what an allergist and immunologist does?
Cares for patients, adult and children with allergic and immunologic conditions, ranging from respiratory, skin, drug reactions, insect reactions, immune deficiencies.
And you indicated you treat both pediatric and adult patients?
Correct.
Are you able to estimate what percentage of your practice is pediatric versus adult?
We always see about 25% kids, 25% Medicare, and another in between.
You do have some staff privileges at some local hospitals, correct? Which ones do you have privileges at?
Sarasota Memorial Hospital, and I guess consulting at Doctor's Hospital, maybe the same thing at Lakewood Ranch.
Okay. And I also see here that you are or were an associate clinical professor of medicine at USF, College of Medicine?
And indeed, in both FSU and USF.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
25 years.
And do you have any board certifications?
In internal medicine and allergy and immunology.
Where have you practiced since you were completing your fellowship in allergy and immunology?
Here in Sarasota.
Do you have any independent recollection of treating Maya Kowalski or interacting with her mother, Beata Kowalski?
No.
Okay, it's fair to say you'll be chart-driven today?
All chart-driven.
In other words, you're going to rely on what you documented back in 2015. And your paperwork indicates that the referring physician here was a John Wassenaar?
Correct.
Do you know who Dr. Wassenaar is?
Yes.
What's your experience with Dr. Wassenaar?
All good.
So a reference to Dr. Kreisman below there? Mm-hmm. Do you know who Dr. Kreisman is?
Yeah, adult children's, yeah.
And do you know what his specialty is?
Pulmonary.
Pulmonary. The prescriptions that Maya Kowalski was on and over-the-counter medications, according to this new patient questionnaire, were what?
Qvar, albuterol, Claritin, Flonase, prednisone, cough medication. I think there's another thing. I can't read the other one. HVI, MVI, multivitamins, probiotic.
Okay. Can you please explain what Qvar? Just explain what all these medications are.
Qvar is an inhaled steroid for asthma. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Claritin is an antihistamine. Flonase is a nasal steroid. Prednisone is an oral steroid. Cough medicine, and multivitamins and probiotics.
The information relayed to you on the respiratory allergies, subsection 3, what are listed there as things that exposure that would make Maya worse?
Right.
What's listed there?
Cat, dust, smoke, mold, pollen.
Okay. And on 7, it indicates that Maya had been hospitalized previously for asthma.
Right, just a few days prior.
And what was the day of the first presentation?
June 24th.
2015?
Correct.
And was it the first time that you, to your knowledge, ever saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
And then under subsection 2, subsection D, can you please list off the types of steroids that were listed here?
Where are you?
Subsection 2D. Yeah.
You're talking about the one circled or the one? Orapred, yeah. So she said Orapred every 1 to 2 months.
And what is Orapred?
Orapred's an oral steroid.
Oral steroid.
Like prednisone.
Okay. Is it similar to prednisone?
It basically is, yes, liquid form.
Prednisone. Yeah. And prednisone can come in different forms?
Pretty much.
Liquid or pill
liquid,
form?
Oral, IV.
What was reported to you as her daily activities?
Gymnastics.
And I believe that says ice skating.
Sounds good. Ice skate.
Okay. All right. And we'll talk about what you actually observed and what was reported to you. I'd like to flash forward now to WAAS 1, which is what appears to be a consult note from your office dated June 24, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, this is the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
Okay. What was the reason for the appointment?
They wanted to discuss several things, some allergies to airborne allergens, review their previous testings, and deal with her breathing problems and cough.
And what were some of the symptoms that were reported to you under chest?
It went back into the previous week when she was hospitalized, but currently she was doing better. Just started coughing that day, just here in the office.
And it indicates here that Mom gave 20 milligram prednisone that night, correct?
That goes back to when the flare was, 10 days ago.
And that was 2 days ago?
10 days ago.
10 days ago. So there was a flare 10 days ago before presenting to you?
Exactly, and I was evaluating that.
Okay. And what does it indicate that Mother did in response to this flare-up?
She gave 20 milligrams of prednisone that night and ended up in the hospital the next day.
Okay. And when was prednisone ended?
4 days ago, so it's like a 5 or 6 day course.
And what is prednisone, doctor?
Again, it's an oral steroid for inflammation.
Okay. Is it commonly given for patients with asthma?
Yes.
Were you aware of what Maya Kowalski's prednisone action plan was?
No, but I did. When I looked at Kreisman's note from the day before, I guess it was Kreisman's, they talked about an action plan. I don't recall if I ever saw her action plan.
I'd like to represent to you that Dr. Kreisman has documented and also testified that the action plan indicated that if Maya dipped into a quote-unquote red zone,
right,
based on a peak flow meter, that she was to be given prednisone, 60 milligrams times 1, albuterol as well, and call Dr. Kreisman's office or call a local emergency room.
Correct.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
No,
of what the
that's
action plan
standard.
was?
That's standard of care. So
okay, that sounds like a standard action plan.
Yeah.
In terms of red zones for patients with suspected asthma, what is your customary cutoff for the use of prednisone with respect to oxygen saturations?
Specifically oxygen saturation?
Yes.
That's something we don't often have, but it's usually a collection of symptoms and findings. But in reference to oxygen saturation, you could say under 94, something like that. It depends on what that patient's done before. If it's a COPD patient, they live under 94, so it has to be under 90. So
but for a patient like Mike,
an asthmatic normally lives at 98, probably under 94 maybe.
Okay.
But we don't isolate drugs on one finding. It's how the patient's doing and how long it's been going on for, how they're sleeping at night, etc.
Same question for a peak flow meter.
That's subjective. The problem with that device is if you don't try very hard, it's not going to be very good, so we don't use that a lot, but it's always been historically part of the action plan, but it's faulty.
Anything remarkable under the social history?
Nope.
Hospitalization, major diagnostic procedure, asthma. What's the significance of that document or that note in your document?
Just to indicate that she's been hospitalized for asthma before.
Can you please describe what your physical examination was on
it was pretty
June of 2015?
It was pretty normal. There was mild nasal mucosal edema, mild cobblestone in the back of the throat, which usually indicates drainage, postnasal drainage. And everything else, some hypopigmented areas in the folds of her arms and behind her knees, which goes along with the history of eczema in the past.
Okay. And I see here in the first line that you note the patient was pleasant, NAD. What is the significance of that documentation?
To be truthful, it's kind of a default, but as long as someone's not in distress or sitting there febrile shaking, we all say pleasant, no apparent distress. It's NAD.
You had a chance to also observe the patient's lungs, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Listening to her back with the stethoscope.
And what was the finding of your lung examination?
It was clear and no abnormal breath sounds were heard.
And what is the significance of that, doctor?
At that moment, her lungs were clear.
We're going to move over to WAS 3 now, okay? There's a section here, assessment, correct?
Yes.
Is that your assessment?
Correct.
And these are the assessments that you
correct.
You put in the chart after your observation of the patient.
Correct.
What were your assessments?
Allergic asthma, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, atopic dermatitis, food reaction, and a family history of allergy.
And then asthma, allergic. What is allergic asthma?
Asthma can be allergic and non-allergic. More often in kids, there's an allergy component, so it means they have allergies as a contributing factor to their airway.
And as a result of these assessments, I see here that you came up with 4 different treatment plans, correct?
Correct.
And what was the treatment for the allergic asthma?
To continue her current regimen of that inhaled steroid QVAR, and to have the reliever albuterol or ProAir available as needed.
And that was something that Maya was already on by the time she saw you?
It's just continuation, so no change.
And so the event that you're referencing there, that would have been something that was either from reported to you by either Beata Kowalski or Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, I didn't have records from the hospital.
Okay. And can you read the next line in your entry from there?
I said the cough that seemed to start when here today sounds like a habit cough occurring every 15 seconds in a healthy, well-appearing girl with normal lung sounds.
Doctor, what is a habit cough?
Habit cough is kind of a oftentimes involuntary, but a cough that kids will do, or some adults will do it as well. And it can become self-perpetuating. It's not due to underlying airway disease. It's more of an upper airway throat-clearing cough.
What do you mean by self-perpetuating?
Well, if you cough long enough, you do irritate the airways, and nerve endings do get ticklish, and then you'll actually have a cough from that irritation. Just distracting yourself, you'll eventually hurt yourself and have a problem.
I'll represent to you, doctor, that there are some records pertaining to Maya Kowalski that reference a psychogenic cough. Do you know what a psychogenic cough is?
It would be similar, yep.
Is there any distinction or difference between a psychogenic cough and a habit cough?
No, I guess it's just a different word for the same thing.
When you reference a habit cough here, doctor, are you referring to an underlying pathology that caused that cough?
I don't know what it was caused by, but I would... it would dismiss asthma, is what it would do, or dismiss some other lung pathology, but it's not saying what it is.
And you also noted here that she was a happy, well-appearing girl?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
That she wasn't in distress, wasn't struggling to breathe, wasn't using accessory muscles, wasn't any form of distress.
You also note here, doctor, that she, Maya, apparently had a normal spirometry yesterday, end quote. Do you see that?
Right.
What was the source of this information that she had a normal spirometry?
Well, when I say apparently, that means I didn't see the record. I subsequently got the record. I just saw it this morning, and it was normal.
Okay, and what is spirometry?
The breathing test. The breathing test she had the day before at the pulmonary office. And so mom must have mentioned, or dad must have mentioned that they told me it was good. Terrible, they tell you it was good, and then they told that she must have used the word normal.
Have you had a chance as of today to review spirometry readings from Maya Kowalski prior to the presentation on June 24, 2015 to your office?
I have now, yes.
What spirometry record did you review for Maya Kowalski?
It was from the day before, so the 23rd, I believe.
Do you recall where that spirometry test was performed?
Wherever, pulmonary office, I don't recall.
And what were the results of that spirometry test?
It looked normal.
And what again is a spirometry test?
A pulmonary function test.
PF, also known as a PFT?
Correct.
In patients with asthma, do you often see normal or abnormal spirometry tests?
Well, you can see both. Asthma is a labile disease that can be terrible one day and be good another day.
Okay.
But when it's good, it gives you confidence that there is hope, and they're not always chronically inflamed.
Now, your next line, you say, quote, something doesn't fit here, end quote. What did you mean when you documented that?
That's my little reminder to keep an open eye to a case that's not a round hole and round peg. That something didn't seem right. Not that I knew what it was, but we don't normally see that normal tests in settings of ER and hospital visits, and that's all. The first visit, there wasn't much more to it than that.
It says, quote, turns out they have a pulse ox, and last week when, quote, so sick, end quote, it dropped to 96%, end quote. What is the significance of that notation, doctor?
That if someone was having severe asthma, it would have dropped lower than that.
Lower than 96%?
Correct.
Is 96% within normal limits for a child like Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What is the normal reference range for oxygen saturations in a patient like Maya Kowalski?
96 to 100.
And then you document here, quote, something is really not right. This is not just asthma, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that notation?
Okay, just to remind me at future visits that we need to keep an open eye. It may just be asthma, but there are some cases that we'd like to make sure we're not tunnel vision and dealing with one thing.
You're familiar with the concept of the differential diagnosis, correct?
Right.
And what were some of the things that you were considering at this point on the differential diagnosis for Maya Kowalski?
I don't know if I had much in mind at that early stage. And then when she's seen a pulmonary already, that still makes me wonder if they got it right. And we would just want to get more information over time to see how it all pans out.
And then you note here, quote, I have not changed her asthma meds yet. If anything, I'd consider reducing them. Do you see that?
Correct.
Were you, as of June 24, 2015, considering reducing Maya Kowalski's asthma medications?
Because of the disconnect between symptoms and testing, both spirometry, pulmonary function, and pulse oximetry, that we always want to do no harm, and too much medicine can do harm.
Did you notice any rashes or lesions on the patient as of June 24, 2015?
Didn't record it, no.
Okay. And would that be something you would have recorded in your ordinary practice if it had existed?
Yeah, probably.
And she's been avoiding shrimp, correct?
Correct.
And she's avoiding shrimp since 4 years of age?
Yes.
And that was on what date?
A follow-up visit on July 1st, 2015.
The HPI, history of present illness, would this be information provided by mom or the patient, or is this also something that you may have personally observed?
It's our interpretation of the history that we take from the patient and family.
Okay. Now, I note here that chest symptoms include cough and SOB, that's shortness of breath.
Correct.
Flared after leaving here last week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This would have been per a patient or
That's
family
right.
report?
That's again, it's history,
Okay.
so yes.
So I'd like to know the source of the information to the best of your ability here for the comment, quote, chest symptoms include a cough and SOB flared after leaving here last week, end quote.
Yeah, the whole HPI is a history taken from whoever's in the room.
And then the next line here says, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol 2 puffs, Q 20 minutes time 4, and drove to ER, but it was busy, so they left, end quote.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
What would have been the source of that information?
The family.
So what is the significance of the documentation, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol 2 puffs, Q 20 minutes times 4, end quote.
Just to raise a little question about the severity of the attack.
And I think you testified earlier that if a pulse ox is below 94, you could give prednisone.
Yes.
Okay, but above 94%, so above...
Depends on other circumstances as well, but there again, that's just kind of a red flag that we want to keep an eye on.
So based on the totality of the information you had as of July 1, 2015, what is your opinion about giving 40 milligrams of prednisone and 2 puffs of albuterol Q 20 minutes times 4 with a pulse ox of 96?
On the surface, I would just wonder if that's overtreatment.
Okay. You had a chance to review the Venice regional emergency room records associated with that visit, correct?
Yes.
Just describe generally the course of treatment at Venice Regional.
Basically, she went through triage, which means they just checked in. There's some discussion of pain.
Where was that pain?
In the throat. Apparently 8 out of 10 on the pain scale. Behavior is anxious, it says. And then the only objective evaluation, are vital signs.
And what were the vital signs on June 24, 2015?
Her pulse was elevated at 136, respirations 22, normal temperature. Pulse ox was 100% on room air.
What does that mean, pulse ox 100% on room air?
And that was normal. She was oxygenating well.
Was she in a red zone?
No.
Okay. What else occurred at Venice Regional based on your review of Exhibit 2?
Been placed. This is taking too long. They left the premises. They left at 2018. They only got there at...
2018 would be what, 8:18 p.m.?
Yeah.
And do you know what time they arrived?
6 till 8.
6 till 8, so 7:54 p.m.?
Yeah.
And they departed?
They were there 22 minutes.
22 minutes, and departed?
Yes.
Based on your review of Exhibit 2, how long were the Kowalskis at the emergency room?
15 minutes, 6:22.
22 minutes?
Yes.
22 minutes.
24. No, let me do my math better. 18 and 6, 24.
24 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any indication from the emergency room records that the patient was in apparent distress with respect to her pulmonary function?
What would that be? Mentions cough. She started with a bit of cough, but her pressure got worse. She had prednisone due to this mom's history. Since 6 p.m. tonight, patient coughing nonstop in triage. Breath sounds clear.
Oh, so the breath sounds were also noted to be clear?
Yes.
What was the pulse ox, doctor?
100%.
And what were the results of breath sound testing?
Breath sounds clear.
Okay. I'll turn back to your WAS 005 consult note authored by you July 1, 2015.
Yes.
We'll pick up where we left. After departing from Venice Regional, what was reported to you about Maya's condition?
Apparently she improved on the way home.
Okay. And then, quote, the week prior she had a 2-day hospitalization for the same thing, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been per patient report?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicate here that, quote, she finished prednisone yesterday, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Would that have been per patient or mother report?
Yes.
Okay. Quote, nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems, none, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that finding on the HPI?
That's a question we always ask, because severe asthma will cause nocturnal awakenings. If they're not having it, that's encouraging.
And were nocturnal awakenings happening here?
No.
So it indicates here she uses a bronchodilator infrequently, correct?
That's what it says.
What is a bronchodilator?
That'd be albuterol.
Okay, and that's like an inhaler?
Yes.
Okay. History of asthma since 7 years old, but had croup episodes earlier requiring hospitalization a few times. You see that?
Correct.
HENT. Current symptoms include minimal upper respiratory problems now, end quote. Do you see that?
Yep.
What's the significance of that documentation?
That the upper airway is doing well.
And you noted that the nasal secretions are clear.
Correct.
Now, we know that you did some epicutaneous skin testing. We talked a little bit about that earlier. What were the results of that skin testing?
The results are in bold, and it's positive: trees, Bermuda grass, a few molds, cat, dog, and cockroach.
In other words, based on your documentation, Maya was allergic to a few things, right?
Correct.
And what she was allergic to trees, right?
Yes, yep.
Any specific type of tree?
Oak, Australian pine, bayberry, birch, and beech.
Oh, allergies. Okay. And so there's a family history of allergies.
Exactly.
And I think you said that allergies tend to run in families, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I see here that you say, quote, I was disappointed to hear that she ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids the night she left here last week, end quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And when she left here last week, that's a reference to June 24, 2015?
Correct.
The consult we've already talked about?
Correct.
Why did you note that you were disappointed that Maya ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids?
I don't like anybody getting sick. I don't like anybody having to use steroids.
Okay.
This is more a reference just to be personal.
Would you defer to other providers, though, that had prescribed steroids?
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's unfortunate to hear that she ended up having this happen.
Okay. And I think we talked a little bit about Maya's asthma action plan. Did you see anything incorrect with her action plan?
No.
I mean,
no, but as things go on, then talking about the pulse oximetry needs to be looked at.
And I think you referenced earlier that red zone action plan was standard of care.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Moving forward here, you indicate, quote, the cough started here in the office, a classic habit cough with normal exam and peak flow rate, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
Just again, put that flare in context with the contacts I saw that day, and then she was in the ER the next day, so just kind of saying that's how she was the day before.
So when you're saying the cough started here in the office, are you referencing on June 24?
Exactly.
Did you observe a classic habit cough or did you observe any cough on July 1 of 2015?
No, I don't believe so. Okay. We didn't do an exam. But there's no history, I don't think, but we're going to do an exam on a skin test visit. Just have the testing.
Okay, this is more for skin testing.
Yes, but she wasn't coughing at the time.
All right. So but if she was coughing on July 1, 2015, would you have made note to that?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Usually we'd say still coughing, or I already said she improved on the way home, so I must have said that's kind of where it ended.
Gotcha. So is it fair to say that this reference here is referencing items that occurred before July 1 of 2015?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that would include, quote, even later that evening at home with worsening coughs and SOB, her pulse ox was 96%, end quote?
Yep.
Okay. Like it was the week before when she went to the hospital, end quote?
Yes.
Again, that's a reference to what happened prior to July 1 of 2015?
Right.
And then, quote, it says here, I have advised mom not to use steroids when her pulse ox is, I believe it says greater than 94%, end quote.
Yes.
And why did you make that recommendation?
Because, again, things weren't adding up.
Okay. What do you mean things weren't adding up?
And she was getting serious treatment for numbers that were close, if not in the normal range.
And I see a reference here to, quote, her parents were arguing about taking her to ER, comma, so I wonder what role family dynamics are playing, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
I guess, I mean, just to kind of throw in that variable, for good or bad. It's hard to know. I think whenever anybody's going to the ER and have sick kids, stress takes a place, but it's just pointing it out.
How did you come to learn that the parents were arguing about taking her to the ER?
Because I think I mentioned that Dad didn't want her to go or something like that. So
to the best of your knowledge, Dad didn't want to take the child to the ER?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
I come up with that somewhere.
Please tell me what you meant when you documented, quote, her parents were arguing about taking her to ER, so I wonder what role family dynamics are playing, end quote.
I don't know. I don't remember the conversation, but somewhere in there it must have been mentioned that one parent wanted to head to the ER and one didn't. But that's not uncommon with allergic reactions or asthma, that everybody has a different judgment of how severe it is, so it's really just a reference to what I was told.
And so what did you recommend for the, quote, big-time allergies the patient had?
That allergy shots or allergen immunotherapy would be a therapeutic option. And apparently they consented and wanted to proceed with it, so we were going to move forward in that direction.
What is allergy immunology, doctor?
Immunotherapy.
Immunotherapy. What is
allergy shots?
Allergy shots.
So we desensitize patients to ragweed, cats, dogs, trees, weeds.
Was there ever any follow-up for these injections?
No.
Was there any follow-ups with your office?
No.
Okay.
Oh, did we try to call them to remind them? I'd have to see if there was a telephone encounter. Okay. Probably was, but I think it said she was sick and didn't want to start the time yet. We did call.
Okay, so the best of your knowledge, there was never any follow-up on treatment number 2 for allergic rhinitis?
They did not proceed with it.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any follow-up for the treatment recommendation for allergic rhinitis?
They did not return for shots.
Okay. How do you know the patients did not return for shots?
They didn't see them again for 2 more years.
You have a note here that indicates, quote, her skin is doing well, just the residual hypopigmentation, end quote.
Yeah.
So as of this date, is it fair to say you didn't observe any abnormal skin lesions or ailments?
Right.
Okay. You didn't see those?
Did not.
When did you recommend the patient to follow up for the allergic rhinitis treatment?
They could start whenever it's convenient for them, so people will start the next week, 2 weeks later, whenever they're ready to come in and start the allergy shots.
Okay. And you also notice here follow-up in 4 months, correct?
And that would then be to see me as a visit to make sure there's progress on the allergy shots. But shots could have started any time.
And to your knowledge, that didn't happen?
Did not happen.
Okay. Did she follow up in 4 months?
No.
Did she follow up for the shots?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to fast forward here to WAS 8. It's a March 13, 2017 note authored by yourself. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the date on that progress note, March 13, 2017, right?
Correct.
That is how many months or years had elapsed since you last saw Maya Kowalski?
Like, 21 months.
I believe the last visit was what? July 1, 2015?
Yeah, 20 months.
About 20 months, okay. 1 year, 8 months, yeah, 20 months, okay. And again, the primary care physician is still Dr. John Wassner. All right. Under reason for appointment, it is indicated that the patient has been doing well. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. What's the significance of that entry?
That's just the nurse putting that in there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And what has the patient been doing for allergies or asthma based on reason for appointment?
She's been taking Claritin and Flonase for her nasal symptoms. Her asthma's doing well with low-dose inhaled steroid Flovent. And she's not been eating her rescue or reliever, albuterol.
And is that the ProAir?
Yes.
So ProAir is just what a brand
Relief,
name?
yeah, exactly.
Brand name for albuterol?
Yes.
Okay. Albuterol inhaler.
Right.
Okay. Under history of present illness, again, this is something that would have been provided per patient or family report.
Yes, right.
It indicates that, quote, she has been doing well since last office visit.
Yes.
Okay. And that last office visit was July 1, 2015?
Correct.
There's also a report here that the patient had minimal problems with breathing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems?
No.
And it indicates again that she's been using her bronchodilator infrequently.
Correct.
Okay. Is some of this a carryover too?
Yes, the rest of the details carryover, yeah.
And under HENT, I think we have some carryover here as well.
Nothing's changed.
Under HENT, it indicates, quote, current symptoms include minimal upper respiratory problems now, end quote.
Now,
Tomorrow.
That's the current
Tomorrow they should
report,
rest.
and the rest is carryover.
All right. And what's the significance of minimal upper respiratory problems now?
Means her nose or allergic rhinitis is doing well.
Okay. And skin, again, it looks like that's a carryover?
Correct.
Under MSK there, do you see musculoskeletal?
Yes.
Would this have been per patient report?
Correct.
All right. Pain in her legs for the past 2 years, now in a wheelchair, end quote. All right. She'd been diagnosed with RSD or regional pain disorder. Do you hold yourself out as someone with a special expertise or knowledge of complex regional pain syndrome?
Not at all.
Do you know what it is?
No.
What were her vital signs on this day?
Peak flow rate was 250. Her weight was, we must not have weighed her, she was in a wheelchair. Her blood pressure was 120/80, heart rate 100, respiratory 20.
Are any of those outside of normal limits?
No.
Blood pressure, significance of that?
Blood pressure is normal.
And then respiratory rate?
That's normal.
And then you did a physical examination on this day too?
Correct.
And that's something you physically and personally would have done?
Right.
You indicated the patient was, quote, pleasant, correct?
Yes.
And again, you said that she was NAD, correct?
Right.
And what does NAD stand for?
No apparent distress.
Did you notice anything abnormal with her eyes?
No.
What about her ears?
Nope.
What about her nose?
Normal nose, normal sinuses, oral cavity.
Oral cavity was normal?
Normal.
What about the neck?
Neck, heart rate, rhythm is normal, lungs were clear, skin was clear without rash.
What is the significance of a finding the lungs are clear bilaterally?
Just there's no obstruction of the airway, no abnormal lung sounds that would bring attention to a lung condition.
And you note here skin, quote, clear without rash, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that finding?
Their eczema was not active.
All right. And if you had noticed active eczema, is that something that you would have documented?
Yes.
And that's something that, as an immunologist and allergist, you
keep an eye on.
You keep an eye on because allergies often present on the skin.
Exactly.
And you note under allergic rhinitis treatment, quote, this is the first time I've seen her in a few years, end quote, correct? Yes. And you had recommended for more frequent follow-ups than 20 months, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Quote, she remains on a lot of meds despite doing so well, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
Her nose actually done very well, and maybe not doing shots is totally fine because she's doing so well. And at the same time, she probably might not need medication. So we always try to back off when people are doing well.
And you indicated, quote, let's cut back on Claritin and the nose sprays, end quote?
Right.
What was that a reference to? What specific medications were you referencing we should cut back on?
Those two, Claritin, which is the antihistamine, and Flonase, which is the nose spray.
Okay. Asthma, mild, intermittent, quote, she should also try cutting back meds here too, end quote, correct?
Right. Yes.
You see, why did you recommend that Maya should also try cutting back on meds here too?
Well, just like when people are bad, we add medications. When people are well, we see if things can be cut back. So it would just be a time to see if the asthma is improved and you go off it.
And what medication specifically you were referencing here that she should try to cut back on?
The inhaled steroid Flovent.
Any other ones?
No.
Okay. And then under atopic dermatitis, also known as eczema, you indicate here, quote, her skin is doing well, end quote. You see just the residual hypopigmentation, correct?
Yep.
And that was the same hypopigmentation we talked about from back in 2015?
Yes.
And you noted that her skin was doing well. What's the significance of that entry?
The doctor is done.
Just to demonstrate that it was not active and did need to be addressed further.
And what was your recommended follow-up plan here?
Probably as needed. I don't know what I said. 1 year.
1 year. To the best of your knowledge, was there ever any other follow-up with Maya Kowalski?
No.
To your knowledge, is she still treating with you?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, based on your review of Exhibit 3, what was the action plan for Maya Kowalski with respect to prednisone and her asthma flare-ups as of June of 2015?
It's in number 4, their plan. And they should immediately dose her with prednisone 60, then provide 8 puffs of albuterol or 2 vials of the nebulizer and give us a call.
And that is if she, quote, falls into the red zone, end quote?
Correct, yeah.
What, to the best of your knowledge, what does that mean, the red zone?
Well, you get someone's baseline peak expiratory flow rate on the peak flow meter, and then you do percentage drops. So the first drop is 20% would be green zone. That's okay. You can do within 20%. If you're 20 to 40, it's yellow. If you're below 40% lower than normal, you're in a red zone or danger zone.
So, to the best of your recollection and knowledge here, prednisone was to only be given if the patient was in a red zone?
Correct.
Prednisone would not be given if the patient was in a green zone?
Correct.
What was the other zone that was referenced?
Well, it's green, yellow, and red.
But based on your knowledge of the action plan, Which color would correspond with prednisone use?
Red.
To the best of your knowledge, does prednisone use correlate with being in the yellow zone?
No.
Does prednisone use correlate with being in the green zone?
No.
Okay. So this was not daily. This was not a recommendation for daily prednisone use.
Correct.
Going back to physical examination on page 2, I'd like to go through the physical examination that was done on June 23, 2015, and ask you a few questions. Okay.
Sure.
Indicates here that the patient's heart rate was 86. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that within normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Sure, sure.
Respirations were 20. Is that also within normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Oxygen saturations were 98% on room air. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What is the significance of oxygen saturations at 98% on room air?
Normal.
Normal. Would that qualify for being in a red zone?
No.
Under general appearance, it's documented that she is, quote, healthy, well-nourished, polite, cooperative, and in no distress, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then under skin, it indicates, quote, warm, dry, intact, no rash or breakdown, end quote. Do you see that?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, was that more or less, does that more or less comport with your findings from June 24 of 2015?
Yes.
Does that comport with your findings on subsequent follow-up visits with Maya Kowalski as documented in your chart?
Yeah.
At any point, did you see any symptoms of rash when you were treating the patient?
No, just the hypopigmentation.
And you would have documented rash if in fact, it did present?
I should have.
Okay.
I like this doctor.
And under lungs, it
He doesn't
indicates
like being
clear
here.
bilaterally without wheeze, bronchi, or crackles. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the significance of clear bilateral lung findings?
Normal the lungs seem to appear to be normal at that moment.
And did that comport with your findings on June 24, 2015?
Yes.
Did that comport with your findings in subsequent office visits as documented in your chart?
Yes.
Okay. What is a wheeze?
It's an indication of bronchoconstriction in the airways. You hear air going through a small caliber bronchial tube.
Did you ever personally observe that while you were treating Maya Kowalski?
No.
And bronchi, what is that?
It's another breath sound that indicates some inflammation of the airway or crackles, same thing.
Did you ever see that during your course of treatment with Maya Kowalski?
No.
And what are crackles?
Another indicator of either bronchitis or some sort of mucus in the airway.
Did you ever document or observe crackles while you were caring for Maya Kowalski?
Nope.
That's a no. Now, it looks like on June 23, 2015, there was also some pulmonary function tests that were done, correct?
Yes.
What were the results of the pulmonary function testing?
They were normal.
Normal. What is an FVC of 97%?
It's forced vital capacity. It's the capacity to empty your airways, and you look at predicted levels for your age and height, and she's anything over 80% is normal, and she's well above that.
She's at 97%, correct?
Yes.
FEV1 of 107%. What is that?
That's the amount of air she can express in the first second of her expiratory phase.
And what are the normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Over 80%.
And she is at 107%?
Correct.
What is the next entry, FV1?
That's the ratio. The ratio of those two numbers.
And that's 100% correct?
Yes.
What's the clinical significance of that to you?
That's normal.
And then there's an FEF 25 to 75 of 120%. What is that?
That's your mid-flow rate, the 25 to 75th part of your total blowing. And like small airways, ability to empty air, and she did very well, 120% of normal.
What is the normal reference range for that test?
Over 80.
And she's at 120%?
Yes.
And it indicates here that all of the prior tests we were talking about represent, quote, normal spirometry input. You see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that finding?
She had a very normal test that day.
When you treated with Maya Kowalski throughout 2015 and then later in 2017, did you ever notice any abnormal spirometry?
Well, we never did one, and this is the only one I saw, so this is a snapshot in time.
Okay. You never did any pulmonary function
No,
testing?
no.
Based on your physical examination, though, did you notice any type of pulmonary issues while you were treating Maya Kowalski?
No.
You made some recommendations regarding allergy management, right?
Right.
What were those?
To start allergy shots.
Were those followed?
No.
You walked us through your 3 encounters with Maya, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And I believe you told us early on in your deposition that you don't have an independent recollection of her or Mom, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On any of your 3 encounters with Maya, the patient, did you identify her or find her to be in the red zone?
Braden, no.
Okay.
Dr. I'm Greg Anderson. I represent the Kowalskis. The 2 visits you had, leaving out the 2017 visit, were prior to July 4th, 2015, which is documented as the onset of the CRPS symptoms, right? During the visits you saw, you never made a diagnosis or notations of any
psychiatric or psychological issues or problems with anyone in this family, did you?
No.
And not with the child herself?
No.
Would that be correct?
Right.
Did you receive a call from anyone, any of the pediatricians at JHATCH, Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, asking you about your interaction with the family?
No.
There we go. We made it, guys.
Hey, members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for us to take lunch.
Everybody wake up.
Have them back at 1:30. As a reminder, we're going to be leaving today around 4-ish, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and have a good lunch.
Okay, I do think that doctor was helpful to the defense, even though it's the most painful testimony to listen to, where he's just literally reading or confirming a medical record as it's read into the record. It's incredibly boring, but he did demonstrate that using measurable techniques around the illness with Maya, that there was no symptoms, but there was aggressive
the
treatment
jury's
from her
out
mom.
of our presence. Is there anything we need to address before we leave for lunch?
No, Judge, it'd be nice to address the rest of the exhibits when we come back. If it's possible.
How much more time do you think you need for the exhibits?
15 minutes.
So should we just come back at 1:10 as opposed to 1:15 to give us time to do the exhibits and then address the rehearing and anything else that we need to do?
That'd be great, Judge.
So 1:10 it is. See you after lunch.
Do you want the breakdown now?
Oh, yeah, sure, if you got it.
O'Leary Johnson, defense 32 minutes, plaintiff 1 minute.
Okay.
Every minute counts.
We round up to 5 on that?
Well, honestly, on Dr. Alexander, you were at 9.
And the audio just cut out. They just dropped the feed. No, we didn't hear. That's just, it's going to the shot clock. We'll hear the shot clock at the end of the day. I do think this didn't move the needle, and this wasn't like huge earth-shattering testimony that we just heard from Dr. Wyndham. This is an allergy doctor, an asthma doctor that treated the family or treated Maya, and before CRPS, first of all, before that took place, and noticed that that the mom had given treatment to Maya when the symptoms were not matching up to that level of treatment. So that was helpful to the defense. It's not a game changer. That basically, there are some parents that will, as soon as their child complains of a headache, they're like, let's get you some medication, let's fix that. There are other parents who are like, hey, sleep it off. It's probably, from playing video games too much. There's a range there. And Maya's mom appeared to be on the more proactive side. A lot of people don't like that. Shot clock doesn't matter. Yes. He's got a nice voice. Oh, my goodness. He speaks over every single question, and very flat. Just bulldozes through it. Very smart doctor. He's the sort of doctor I'd probably want treating me. He's very observant, keeps records, matter of fact. Probably very good as a treatment doctor. Let's see, I think we do have Jules on the phone. Just 1 second here.
Call from. It's Jules.
It is Jules. Jules, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling a little poorly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go in, and then I went in, and after 10 minutes I realized, well, this was a mistake.
Oh, no.
And so, yeah, I got there just as juror number 7 asked that last question, and then they broke. They took a break, and which, by the way, juror number 7's hair was striped orange and whatever. He colored his hair today.
That's the black and orange that we heard about, or the purple and orange, or something.
Yeah.
What was he the only?
Blue and orange.
Blue and orange. Is he the only?
Yeah,
one that,
he was. Yeah, he was the only one who did it.
Wow.
Yeah. He was the only one. But I couldn't stay, especially too when I heard when I went after the break, and then when they said they were doing depositions, I'm like, yeah, I'm so out of here. Because, I was out in the hall talking with Jack and everybody, and they're like, why are you here? Go home. And I was like, but I don't want to. I have to call in to Scott.
No,
and they're
no,
like,
no.
go home. And I was like, yeah. So I
care
came
of you
home.
first.
I came home. Yeah. And I didn't even realize, I guess, maybe this happened this morning or whatever, but now when I was leaving, I was told that, Greg and I walked out together. And so he went home to go work on the rebuttal. So rebuttal is tomorrow and closings are Monday. And he said it's possible it might get to the jury late Monday, if not definitely Tuesday morning.
Wow. So Thursday, Friday, no court, right? This week, Thursday and Friday, there's no court.
Thursday or Friday. Yeah. So his rebuttal is tomorrow. This is what he told me. Rebuttal tomorrow. Closing arguments on Monday. Jury instructions. And then if they finish up early enough, it'll go to the jury, late in the day on Monday. Yeah. If not, the jury gets it Tuesday.
And they need to be done by the 9th, right?
Yes. And this is what I don't understand. And I was going to ask Greg about it, but I figured, no, I'm not. But I said to myself, just ask Scott. Maybe he'll know. Shapiro made a big thing yesterday about the time,
yes.
And something to the effect of he has a vacation planned, and he was all of this complaining about time, and I really don't know where that was going, but if you knew you had a trial of this magnitude coming up, why did you plan to go on a vacation?
He's cutting it pretty close on his availability.
Knowing that anything can happen. So, and also my other thing, I would love to pick this judge's brain. Maybe I'll have an opportunity to do so when this is all over. But again, I understand that he's got another trial that starts on the 10th, and that's why he wants it done on the 9th. But hasn't this happened before where, trials go longer than expected or the jury takes longer?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So he starts a trial on the 10th, and what if they don't come to a verdict?
The jury can take as long as they need to deliberate. He can't say you need to have a verdict by this date. They can take as long as they need to, and this is a huge trial. There is a ton of information. If the jurors want to be thorough and they're like, I took a lot of notes, but I want to make sure I want to see this evidence for myself, and they want to just check and double check, they could be in there for days just reviewing stuff.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too. I can't see how, if they get it, even if they get it late Monday afternoon, Monday is really a dead day. To me, it doesn't count. So you're talking Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or even if they get it sometime on Tuesday. I just can't see them coming to a verdict that quickly.
Yeah, I don't see it being fast either, but the evidence they're going to get, every document that's been admitted as evidence is going to go back to them. They're not going to get the video depositions. Those, they have to depend on their recollection of the testimony, just like any testimony they heard in trial in person. But all the little video clips that we've seen, all the pictures, there are tons of pictures, books and books of pictures that have gone in. All the medical records, that have been admitted, all the notes, all the emails, all the the back and forth and the scribbles and everything, that they're getting a huge cart full of this stuff, and hopefully a way to sort through it and find what they're looking for. But yeah, it's going to be.
So would you agree with me then, the way that these jurors We know that they've gone through 54 notepads. We know the amount of questions that they've asked. Do you really think that they're going to just go willy-nilly in there? They're going to go sheet by sheet, don't you think?
Well, I've heard judges. Actually, I was in. I think it was in the Letitia Stout case. I heard the judge say, "We don't want you to go in there, and as soon as you get in there, just do a straw poll to see where everyone stands." I think in this case, it might be beneficial, because if they all are unanimous already, they. If they've formed an opinion based on everything they've witnessed, which is their job, they're supposed to form an opinion based on what they witnessed and all the evidence and weigh this, then they can move forward. But so if they do get together and they say, hey, we're on the same page here, then all they need to do is just make sure that their decisions fall in line with the jury instructions and fit that into the verdict form, and they're done. So it could be fast, but even if they were all like, they shut the door in the jury room, they look at each other, and let's say, for instance, they all say, yeah, I'm with the plaintiff. Is everybody? Yes, around the table. Even if that's the case, that verdict form, the jury instructions, and working through that can take hours to go through all that. And and then that's not even talking about the punitive stuff, which is going to be a separate segment, right? Another date, another time.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, anyway, I'm sorry. That's all I got for you is that number 7, his hair.
That was the only question I had for you, was what's with the colored hair? What's the festive? Because we could not see that. But thank you, Jules. Appreciate that.
See, I can't see the chat. I can't see the chat when I'm talking to you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know if it was a Halloween thing or if it was a dig at the judge for his team. I don't know what it was about because I wasn't there. So, I got there.
And it was orange
at the end of,
orange and blue?
It was, no, he had an orange and blue shirt on, but his hair was, I told you over the weekend, he bleached his hair blonde. So now his hair is orange and blonde stripes. It was
like
quite amusing.
Like actually. A tiger.
Yes. Yeah.
Some people go all out on their Halloween costumes.
Yeah, but no one else. I mean, they a lot of them had orange and blue clothing on. So I don't know what the significance is on that, but I just took the orange as Halloween, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't, because I wasn't there, from when court first started. So, like I said, I stayed 10 minutes and then I left.
And then you left. Well, good. Jules, you need to get some rest. You need to look after you
I'm
first.
I'm going to bed.
And good luck with Halloween.
I'm going to bed.
Hopefully you got somebody to answer the door and give out candy, or just put a bowl and say take
one.
one.
No. I don't get trick-or-treaters here. I live like on a major road, so no kids go, and I don't blame the parents for not letting their kids trick-or-treat on my street. It's too dangerous. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your day.
Will do.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much, Jules. Get some rest. Thank you.
All right.
Bye. Thank you, Jules, for the update. The hair. That's what the judge was talking about. I was gonna say I'm not sure if Jules is gonna watch now that she's hung up the phone. But the last time I did a Halloween costume, it was this one right here, and I made that myself. I'm so done with Halloween costumes after that. Yeah, no more, never again. That was way too much work. Let's see. Madeline Warner says, I know, but RA also said that the defense said that about the 48 hours video. That this morning, that blew my mind. I thought, and I thought of you, a lot of you said the same thing in chat, that this 48 hours of the EEG video, I thought for some reason that the plaintiff had requested it and they had only saved, or they were only able to get the bits that were saved. And now we have today, going into evidence, all 48 hours of that video, like it turned up somewhere. Did I hear wrong previously in the case? Because I thought they only had those little clips that showed her doing something. Whether she's moving or getting her hair brushed or whatever it is. I thought that's all they had. Yeah, so I wasn't alone there. I know that they they lost or it was not saved all the hallway security camera footage, because they do have security cameras in the hallway, but I believe that writes over itself after like 2 weeks or something like that, and that was not saved. But apparently they have all 48 hours, so that might go back as well to the jury if that's admitted as evidence. I'm not sure if the judge ruled on that yet, for sure. A couple other rulings as well. Obviously, the time thing that Jewel was talking about with Mr. Shapiro. He has scheduled his vacation for the day after court was supposed to be done. If it doesn't get done, I'm sorry, Mr. Shapiro. Either that's the judge suggested. There are other lawyers. Like, somebody can take your place, right? That's not the best thing, especially when you've got a team of lawyers and everyone's sort of parceled out the work, and you have specific workload. If there was a question that were to come in from the jury during deliberations that focuses on your expertise, your area of specialty in this case, it would be nice to have you there. But anyway, he might just go on his vacation and miss the verdict. Watch it from the cruise ship or whatever. The 48-hour clip was admitted to evidence per the judge. Thank you, Talia. But we have not seen that. We've only seen, I think, added up, it's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds of video from that EEG. It was the hallway video that was lost, not the EKG one. Okay, what is it, conflated? I mixed those two up. Is that the right word? Big word for the day for me. Okay, Shapiro, I hope Shapiro brought chip insurance. I think he's doing well enough that it's not going to be like a game changer financially if he has to, book a rush flight somewhere. Are they going to show the jury the 48 hours video? No, they are not. It will just be provided in evidence. The judge was like, yeah, 5 lawyers present. Figure it out. Yep. All right. I am hoping that we have at least one more live witness today, and I'm also hoping that Ms. Lawrence gets to do the cross on one of them. I think these are low-hanging fruit as far as witnesses go. These are not the smoking guns. I think we've had the star evidence has already been produced on the defense side. So we'll see. Maybe she'll be able to do the cross on a rebuttal witness as well, or the direct on a rebuttal witness. Okay. Yeah, I think probably somebody said something wrong in court and we took it as gospel truth, but they misspoke or something like that. I can't imagine how all of us could be wrong about that. All right, so a lot of you disagree with me. I think that last doctor was a good witness, a boring witness, but a good witness for the defense, and that's all right. We can disagree. There's room enough for all of us to disagree and have different opinions. I think he did help the defense a little bit. Realize this is before the hospital situation. It has nothing to do with the main allegations in the case of, the abuse, the improper imprisonment or illegal imprisonment, whatever they called it, the intentional infliction of emotional distress, all those. It doesn't speak to that at all. All it does is perhaps justify the hospital a little bit in their suspicion in how but that's not what they're being sued over. They're not being sued over that suspicion, but that goes to their story. So I think it helps them a little bit. They can tell a nice story. At the end of the day, I don't think it'll swing the jury one way or another. Rob says that for a witness, they have to have no questions, for they should let her announce it. Oh yes. If they're not going to cross a witness, she should be the one. If that's the case, then she has to be the one that also makes the objections. Okay, because you get the person who makes the objections should be the same person who's crossing the witness. So let her do the objections, even if you have to, you whisper in her ear or something like that. I imagine she pretty much can figure out what the objections are pretty easily. Shapiro's dying for that mistrial. Not going to happen. We're holding out for a verdict. Let's see. Isn't the whole case about the standard of care? Yes and no. I mean, they've got the imprisonment where the hospital kept Maya from her family or wouldn't let her leave wouldn't let the family take Maya, even though she had the right. They had the right to take her. The court had not stepped in yet. There was no order from the dependency court for her to be in a shelter situation. So there's that. We have the intentional infliction of emotional distress. We've got fraud. We have there's a lot of things the hospital did that weren't just standard of care issues, but there's a lot in there. The doc was very bored. He was so bored. He's just reading his medical notes. He stares at medical notes all day long. He writes them. He reads them to his scribe, whatever he does. He does medical notes all the time. And going over medical notes with an attorney has got to be like the least exciting thing in his day. What's the live stream plan for this Thursday or Friday? I don't know if we have a short case we can follow there. I think one of the days we're going to do a Sarah Boone letter. Update on the latest from Sarah Boone. The other one, I'm not sure what we're going to do Friday, but we may do what we call court hopping. We follow a lot of smaller courts as well as Board of Pardons and Parole out of Louisiana. We've got many different courts we can jump in and follow and just see some of the smaller issues that move through the legal system at their various stages. So we might do that for a couple days, and we might also go back and look at some of the stellar moments from this trial. If we, some of the, I don't know, it'd be a lot of work to get a video prepared by then of all those, but we might do that as well. We do go live every day. That's what we do. We follow true crime every single day. Yes to court hopping. Sally Smith settled out of court. Yes, they did. Bring on Sarah Boone. Attorney number 8. Yes, we do have updates on that. We'll cover that at the end of this week. Sarah seems pleased with the new lawyer. Status hearing in January. The case in Florida, the Adelson case. No, we're not covering that one. At least not right now. I don't think I have it on my calendar. The cyclist trial starts tomorrow. We can catch up Thursday and Friday. Stars Hollow Gumshoe. I heard, I think it was, is it KVU? KVUE? The news channel was reporting that the judge in that cyclist trial has said no cameras for the duration of trial. They're going to allow cameras for opening and closing and verdict, and that's it. I've never seen that ruling before. I've never seen them limit it like that, especially in Texas. Texas has some pretty open laws for cameras in the courtroom, so I don't know why that ruling. I'll have to dig into the actual stuff. I know they've been impaneling a jury. I think they've already got it done right now, but they say no cameras is what I've heard on that one. All right, Anthony B. What does the name Recovery Addict mean? Anthony, great question. I initially chose Recovery Addict because I thought it was a sort of a fun combination of words. I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I am a metal detectorist, if that's a word. One who likes metal detecting. That's me. And when I first formed this channel, I started doing metal detecting videos, which nobody wanted to watch. And they still don't, but I loved it. It was a lot of fun. Got to share my hobby with people, and it was mostly other metal detectorists that watched, and built up maybe 500 people on the channel as far as subscribers. Then I didn't do anything with it for a couple years. And then when I decided to live stream a court case with Daryl Brooks, when I make a new channel, it has a 24-hour hold before you can live stream, but this channel did not. And so I used my Recovery Addict channel to start live streaming. And we've been here ever since. Now, I also have a history with some addiction, addiction to gaming, computer gaming. Just about lost everything that I hold near and dear because of my addiction to gaming. And we can go into detail about that another time. But here we do celebrate everybody who's on a path to sobriety, that whether it's their first day or their 1,000th day. It's wonderful. And so you'll see people often in chat that are sharing their benchmark, their accomplishments, or their goals, and even if it's just their first step, we're here with them, so we support that. So that's what the name means. Who do you think will be rebuttal witnesses? Lil Miss, we heard that mostly the Kowalskis will be rebuttal witnesses, and then a couple other experts. He's only got 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. There may be one. What's the one? He said it's a document. I think they're going to make a ruling on something. Anyway, we'll get into that after lunch. The judge is going to talk about that, but there might be just a 10-minute expert about that. Rob speculated about the photo of Maya, a right hand, left hand visible, perhaps another person in the room. I was watching him talk about that, and I had to take a phone call during that, so I missed what he was saying about the two hands. I think it is a right and left hand, and when I looked at it, when he paused it, for some reason I saw it differently than how I'd seen it on my computer, on my screen. And granted, I've got like all sorts of stuff on my screen, stuff we don't need like that right there. And when I watched it on Rob's feed, it looked like the person was on the far side of the bed and reaching over, which would make more sense for the camera, and holding the hands that way, and that would put the fingers in the right position, I think. So in that position, it could be one. The lady, when Maya's holding the neckline of her shirt, and there's that third hand in there, that was not the attending nurse. That was not the same nurse that was holding her hands in the other picture. And I would love to have a hand shot of Miss Beatty, just the back of her hands, and say, does that look like the same hand? Because I think it was her. Any game in particular? Yes. WoW was the game. World of Warcraft. A massive multiplayer online role-playing game. And I was dang good at it. But I cannot play that anymore. Let's see. Delphi case. Oh my goodness. This one's off the rails. Crazy. Sure. That's crazy. I see two bodies, one on the other side. Got to look at the sleeves. They are different. I'll have to go back and look at the picture. Got many shout-outs on Lawn Lumber. That is awesome. And I didn't get to be there nearly as much as I liked. I know it was about a 4-hour wrap-up that he did, which is just crazy because Rob works all day long, and then he works all night long, and then he goes back and works again. I don't know how he does it. I can do one or the other, not both. Definitely two people as they're two different sleeves. Let's see. I think that's all. I don't know what time we're coming back from lunch. Did the judge say? I missed it completely. I'll have withdrawals after this case because watching this for months. Donna, we might have, you never know, there might be a breaking news story. We might have another manhunt going on right after this case ends. That would be awesome if we could jump back to something fun like that. But we are looking for court cases we can follow. We're looking for courts where we can apply to and be granted media access. That gives us different access and if needed, to be there in person to get the feeds that we need access to. So if you see a trial out there that is coming up, especially if you're a document hound and like to dig through the instruction, the rules for the courts about media access, let me know on that. I'd appreciate all the help I can get there. 1:10 for attorneys. All right, so 1 o'clock for us. That'll give us 10 minutes. Trial withdrawals are real. I tell you, if you're in trial withdrawal, you might find it incredibly refreshing to come with us on a court hopping day, where we'll jump around from somebody like Judge Stephanie Boyd down in Bayer County, Texas, where she's amazing. First of all, she's the kindest. She's got the biggest heart. And I mean, she won't take crap from anybody. So you don't want to get on her bad side, but she brings a very expensive purse that her mom gives her, and she has flowers behind her, and the purse changes every day. She has great fashion sense. Just a fun person. She has like an online book club she invites people to. She's just an incredible judge and handles all sorts of cases. We love following her. We actually sent flowers to her in her courtroom. That was really cool. We did that last month, right before this case. There are a lot of small courtrooms that we like to jump in on and just say hi. The Board of Pardons it's really refreshing to see people after they've served their time, after they've done their time, inside, and then they've made changes to their lives, and they're now applying to get out. And sometimes they're, asking to get out when there's really very little light at the end of the tunnel, and when they're granted that light and they get to come out to society and have another go at it. We've seen just incredible acts of forgiveness from victims that you think I could never forgive if somebody did that to my loved one, and seeing that it's refreshing. So it's fun to watch trials. It's fun to watch convictions. It's fun to watch people be acquitted. But seeing that other side is just incredible. So good stuff all around. I love the whole process. Let's see. Following Judge Carroll, he's fun. He's got the Petito case, right? Is it Petito? Why does that name not sound right when I say it? It's another civil trial. Doesn't that start next? It's a civil trial, but he's got that coming up as well. You've got Ruby Franke in Discord. I don't think the Ruby Franke case will be televised. I know some of the hearings are, but once it goes to court, I'm pretty sure they're going to lock cameras out for that one because you've got child victims, and that's just crazy. Grizzly is a great channel as well. We've got many Grizzlies here for sure. Let's see, anything else we need to cover before lunch? Hey, Lat Cali girl, if you live right next to Bexar County is one of the friendliest counties in the nation for filming in court, literally in Judge Boyd's court. And you want to confirm this when you get there, but it's my understanding when we called and we're working with some stuff that basically anyone is allowed to bring a camera and film anything in court. And as long as you're not disruptive, it's fine. It's not a permission. It's not show your credentials. It's wide open for media access, which is quite interesting. So, but confirm that with the court before you do anything. Make sure you're in compliance. You should apply for Judge's Court. We are. That's going to be up in Idaho. We are already on the media list for the Corey Richins trial, which is in Utah, in Park City. That's the same courtroom as where we followed the Ski Hill crash civil suit, our first civil suit on this channel, with Gwyneth Paltrow. That was a fun courtroom to be in and a fun trial. So we're on there. I think I'm going to be there for the Corey Richins trial. I'd like to be there in person. Of course, it's a ways away. Brian Koberger is a ways away as well. I'd be surprised if we see either of them in the next year, although there will be hearings all along the way. I can't be there in person for all the hearings, but we'll be trying to follow the proceedings as well as we can. Law Talk with Mike. Law Talk with Mike follows a lot of the same courts that we view when we are court hopping. So if you like what you see over there, there's a good chance we could watch some of that stuff live. Isn't Maya a child victim? I feel she is. Yes, JC, it's a little different with a civil suit than a criminal suit where where you've got, and especially the topic that's involved, although this trial went there. It's a little different. We didn't know that was going to be coming up. And she's chosen in this case to be very public about it. Do you take your whole setup on the road? Colleen, I'm building a second setup for the road. It'll have another one of these switchers, but instead of HDMI, it's going to be an SDI feed because the camera systems in court are SDI, which uses a different connector than HDMI. So we'll have one of those. We're going to have a couple laptops, a couple things. There will be a road kit and a home kit that are going to be a little different, but we're slowly acquiring them. I think we're about to get a PTZ camera, which is one of those cameras that can look around anywhere. We're about to get one of those here in just a little bit. Eric says, I'll have to show up for court if you do Park City. And we'll have to do lunch, Eric. That's what we'll have to do. We'll swing by and do lunch. Let's see. Crazy shenanigans happening with the judge in Delphi. I wasn't going to follow it because of the kids, but wow. Yeah, it is. First of all, the facts of that case are terrible. Just absolutely awful. I love that we have got to this point, okay? Because for so long it seemed like it was going to never be solved. There would never be any resolution. So I love that they have got a suspect and they're able to move forward with charges. But the whole courtroom, the antics and shenanigans are off the chart. Rocky Wallingford, welcome to the gallery. Look at that green courthouse. Thank you very much for continued support. The boy in the box trial was televised, but that was Florida, not Idaho. Yep. Florida is the Sunshine State. They're very open for most cases. Although we're finding it very difficult to get direct media access to the Sarah Boone trial. Well, although we're going to keep working that one. I might be able to go down for that as well. Are you dressing up for Halloween and passing out candy tonight? Yes, Mary Murphy. I've got my orange or hoodie, my prison escape hoodie. That's all I'm going to wear, and I'm going to give away. I'm going to give away a cockroach, a free fake cockroach with every handful of candy. So I can palm them. I can do magic tricks, so I can palm the cockroach and then grab some candy, and they'll never know until they dump the bag out at home. And so yes, they'll get the treat, but it will be my trick. Just the hoodie, no pants. No, Adam. After last year's incident, I'm going to make sure there are definitely going to be pants involved. But they won't be. They're not like Halloween costume pants. Does anyone know if Petito Laundries will be televised? I believe it will, and it will be this same judge. This is Judge Carroll that's handling that. So everyone's doing the no pants thing. It's not a Friday. It's not a Friday today. Of course I'm wearing pants. All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch. I think we've covered everything we need to. It's a water bug, right? Yes. Water bug, palmetto bug, anything but a cockroach. I think what we're going to find is that our cat is going to want to leave with everybody who has candy. And I can't put the cat in the house. That does not work. Anyway, all right, we'll leave it right there. There we go. D. Frey says, "Hi, I'm new here. I watched you on Law and Lumber. Question: did the bedside nurse say both hands were hers, or just the one with the wedding rings?" She said both hands were hers, but she said both hands were hers in the one that has a picture with the wedding ring. She didn't know whose hand it was in the picture without the wedding ring. She knew that wasn't her hand, and she couldn't say who it was. Judge Boyd is live. Yes, we'll do some court hopping later this week. We'll jump into Judge Boyd's courtroom. It's been a while. It'll be good to be back. Yes, we know who sent them. We know who sent them, and they are forgiven. They are forgiven. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again at 1 o'clock, which gives you just about 30 minutes for lunch. First person in chat, as usual, is awarded the internet, so if you'd like it to be you, just click the subscribe button now, ring the bell, and be the first person to say anything in chat. And you too could win the internet. I appreciate everybody, especially the mods who have been here working their tail ends off as they usually do. It's a position that doesn't receive the thanks that it needs. But thank you. I appreciate all of you. Thanks for all of you for making this community the best place to watch true crime. I really think that's the case, and it is because of you. So thank you so much. We'll see you after lunch. Have a good one.
Is that correct?
The guy! Don't miss the forest for the trees.